Wow, I did not expect two clips that were like very close to each other chronologically to appear. But here we are. It happened. Oh, also I didn't prep any BGM, and I forgot. Slice and Dice doesn't have any BGM. So hold up while I get some of that. But how y'all doing today? How goes the war against life, everyone? Welcome to Kiyo-Sekai. This is actually Kiyo-Sekai today. This is the one stream that if you were to never ever go to a Kiyo stream ever, but you want to at least support Kiyo and go to at least one stream, this is the stream right here. So welcome to everyone who has been coming in to all the Kiyo-Sekais. It's been great. Even if you're not talking or whatever, I appreciate you vibing. All right, that's why I always have the vibing command up
I'm just vibing here, guys.
because that's fine if you're vibing or lurking or whatever. Anyway, let me find some BGM for y'all. I don't want this to be too quiet for you. But yes, this is going to be about Slice and Dice. I already have everything like prepped. It's just I don't have any music for you all. So yes, I don't have a. I turned off my tracking. Okay, it should be on. Yeah, there you go. Kiyo-Sekai, it is the time. It is the time. And I love doing Kiyo-Sekai. It might be people who would like I hate analysis freaking streams. Well, don't worry, I'll make it fun for you. All right, you don't know what the hell's going on, then it's fine. All right, I'll meme. Okay, that's what I do. I like memeing on things too. So still need to find some BGM. I don't want to use the dungeon BGM like I did like with the previous Slice and Dice streams. So I guess we'll try to find. Ooh, okay. Okay, I know a perfect game. Will I play this game? Probably not. I'm gonna be using the Dicey Dungeon uh OST. I'm just gonna do that. Let me mute tab real quick, and I'm first off use the link here so you know what I am listening to. Uh, and two to make sure the audio levels are good. And we are playing Slice and Dice, and we're dealing with dice. It makes sense to use Dicey Dungeons. Okay, that's pretty intense. I need a little bit more. Okay, you know what? Good, close enough. A little bit on the louder side for me, but it's fine. I'm sure it's fine. But yes, this is Kiyo-Sekai. If you don't know what Kiyo-Sekai is, and you're like new here for some reason, Kiyo-Sekai is basically me asking, or yeah, me technically as well, asking the question, what if I would put myself in this game universe or whatever universe, and I'll try to theorycraft what I would be like if I were a playable character in that in there. So that's what I'll be doing. I'm actually pretty excited because I have been playing Slice and Dice like off stream as well, because it's been like one of my like work lull games. Like whenever nothing is happening at work, I just put out Slice and Dice in the background. Oh, if I have to go back to work, go back to work. If I gotta do all that, if I don't need to, then I just go play Slice and Dice. But of course, if I need to focus on like if I have a if I have a if I have a brain fart like I'm having right now, yeah, I might play Slice and Dice to help with it. So yeah. All right, let's get into everything, shall we? Usually I would use a one of these right here, these Google Docs to do all these. This is I've already like scroll all the way down. I already set it up like a little bit, so you all know like, oh, what all this is. So here we go. I am going to basically be doing 3 tier. Okay, I'm gonna do all 5 like character types. For those of you who don't know what the character types are, basically there are 5 characters that you have in Slice and Dice. They are denoted by 5 different colors: orange, yellow, gray, red, and blue, in that order. And yes, order does matter sometimes. Orange is our like kind of thief base, like DPS kind of like character. Yellow is our warrior base character. Gray is the tank, which most of you would probably be thinking, yeah, Kiyo is gray. But I am doing all colors for all tiers for myself. So I'm gonna be all 5 of these colors. Red is the support base. You generally have like a healer or a cleanser, or maybe doing some mana gen, helping out the blue, which blue is also the mana gen kind of character as well. So there's that. But yeah, we'll be starting with tier 1 because tier 1 is like the nitty gritty. You're starting with some freaking trash. Or not trash, but they're not amazing either. Like, in my opinion, Thief, I think, like, there's Thief and Scoundrel who are like pretty inconsistent, but they do have pretty good abilities, right? Scoundrels, you know, I can, well, hold on, I can go to, I have the game running actually. So I got you all. Let's go to the game. Alright. Almanac. Alright, you have Thief, which like it only has like 3 freaking actual die results, and then the rest are blank. Scoundrel is even worse with only 2 and 4 blanks. But these 2 are actually pretty good for the time that you get him, which is the beginning of the game. So it's not bad. It's not bad. Because vulnerable can turn a attack 1 into an attack 2, or attack 2 into attack 3, or all that stuff. And turns your burst into 3 damage, makes it even more potent, which is nice. So Scoundrel has some nice actual damage. It's just the issue with Scoundrel is inconsistency. Whereas the Lost has quite a bit of consistency, but damage-wise has potential to be better, I guess. Very good at finishing off people, has a dodge, a poison, which is pretty premier in the early game. Unless you get like rogue or something. Like stage 1, you finish stage 1, you get rogue or something. Warrior is generally your fighter. It has attacks and defense. It's the generic fighter. Attack 2, attack 1 if you're below roll, and then the shield 1. Generic. And then you got the Brigand, which is attack 3, exert. I'm personally not the biggest fan of exert, just because when you exert, you don't have a turn, and it kind of sucks. And I don't think the blanks from exert are replaced with when you use the items that replaces blanks with something else, because I know they for sure it replaces the actual red X blanks, but I don't think it replaces like the hourglass blanks from exert or single use stuff like this, right? Yeah, 3 damage exert, 1 damage shield, and then 1 damage. So this is like full offense. I mean, all of these are pretty offense. Like Hoarder, these 2 are offense. And then Ruffian, it has a shield too. Like the big thing with Ruffian is the pain. You want to insta kill someone. There's a very specific enemy in the early game that you want dead, not a boss. Here you go. That's how you deal with it. Otherwise, you got attack 1s for low rolling, cleave, which is fine, and then shield 2, and then it has a blink. This is actually the only yellow starter with a blank, so it's interesting. You have your defender, you have your tanks. This guy just has shields. Your name of the game for tank, the grays are shields. This defender does have some damage though, like if you need to do damage instead of shielding people, which usually is the case at the start of the game, or at the start of like the round. So usually you just want to do damage, unless someone is dying, which in that case, shield is nice. Baka, I'm not a huge fan of. I'm not a fan of Pristine. I guess early game, you're not going to take that much damage, but still. Pristine means that you're probably using this on turn 1, round 1, whatever. So, and you'll get the most out of this. But otherwise, I would probably prefer Defender. Because 2 damage heavy is not great in my opinion. And then, okay, this is probably the best one. In my opinion, I think Squire out of all of these is the best out of the grays. Oh, I love the snazzy soundtrack of Dicey Dungeons. I should probably like put Dicey Dungeons OST in my personal playlist. But yeah, Squire got that redirect. It's very, very nice. Also the shield focus, like 2 focuses, real nice. 1 damage focus can potentially turn into 2 damage, so that's good. Shield 2 could potentially turn to shield 4. Basically, shield 4, shield 2, shield 2. That's already like very premier. Yes, it's only 1 damage ability, but hey, at least this damage can potentially do twice as much damage as Defender, who's more likely to get the 1 damage, but does less. Like this has more potential, and that's why what I like about Squire is the potential. And then Alloy, I actually recently unlocked Alloy. I'm not a fan of Alloy. I don't know. Alloy is basically I have a lot of shield, like all of these are shield, and then something extra tacked onto it. Engage, something tacked onto it. Cleanse, which I guess is aight. If you keep him for a while, I guess it's aight. Double use, which I guess if you need to split things, sure. Like, oh, someone in the top is getting damaged, someone in the bottom's getting damaged. This can be potentially better than just cleave if you're dealing with that. But yeah, cleave is a little bit more efficient. And then the repel, this is your only damage. You shield someone and whoever is attacking that person that you targeted will take 1 damage. And then the mana gain, I like this. Healer, or I should say support. Heals, as per the name. Yeah, sure, it only has 2 freaking slots for healing and an X, but it does have mana gain, which is pretty helpful for your blue. It helps supplement your blue guy. Acolyte is probably one of my favorites in terms of healing potential. But heal 2 vitality means that you're never gonna be able to waste this heal. So this heal, like this is always appreciated. It might not be optimal, but it's never bad if you end up having to be forced to use heal 2 vitality. Heal 1 cleave is an efficient AoE heal. And then +1 mana is nice. Nice supplement. Not amazing, not amazing potential as like a healer or split, but it does get the job done, I guess. It's like there's like 4 out of 6 of these are never a bad option. And that's why I like Acolyte's consistency. And Restore is aight as well. It's aight, but not amazing. What else do you guys have? Mystic is a weird one. Mystic kind of relies on, oh, you want to roll high. You want to have a very efficient ability. So your best ability is heal, shield, mana gain. Sure. Like this is, if you see this, you are insta-locking this. Because it's literally better than these 3. Like you have a heal 1 mana gain, which is fine. Mana, Like if I see mana, I'm probably locking it. If I see any of these two, I'm locking it. Otherwise, it's kind of a little bit inconsistent. But it doesn't have more likelihood of getting mana than Acolyte. But still, this one is more consistent. And then Splint is the single-use queen. Very, very good single-use +3 mana. This can potentially just end a fight. Like I'm starting to really like Splint. It's like Artificer in tier 3, blue. I'm actually really warming up to that as well. So yeah, I really like this. 5 heal. I mean, yeah, you would use it in a pinch. Obviously, you usually use heals in a pinch, but if you see the mana stuff, you probably are gonna be happy. And then the blues. Blues is your generic mage. They like to generate mana so they can use whatever spells they have. You start with burst as like your generic spell, which does 2 damage or 2 shield for 2 mana. Mage is decently consistent 1 or 2 mana. Also has flare, which is very nice damage. Student, not consistent, but it does have some efficient stuff. Inconsistent, but their abilities are efficient. The target here can use their dice again is very nice, depending on what other people roll. It makes sense for a student to have this because they're like kind of copying the other person, right? Like helping out or something, like a teacher's assistant. But yeah, shield and mana gain is also very nice as well. Also, slice is not bad, depending on the scenario round that you're dealing with. There's a lot of enemies. This is pretty nice. I don't have this last person. I assume because it's talking about Fiend, I don't have everything unlocked. So I'm sorry for those of you who are seeing like me play Slice. I like you don't have everything unlocked. There's a button where you can do it. I'm not doing it. Sorry. But yeah, Fiend has a lot of pain. So I assume this specific unlock is going to be a character that involves with pain as their mana gain, and they're gonna have like more health than these fools. Probably like 6. Actually, how much health does Fiend have? 6? Oh, also 6. I don't know though, but maybe 6. Who knows? But Initiate, the main gimmick of Initiate is basically this cantrip, +1 mana cantrip, which when you roll this, it activates because you lock your die. You have to lock your die, or you can lock your die if you choose to, or you can keep rolling and get better results. If you roll this, you activate the 1 mana. Easy. That's it. And then you can technically lock in this as well and just get 1 mana. It also has growth, which whenever you use this, you just get +1 mana, and then it grows even more. So 1 mana will turn into 2 mana after you use it. 2 mana will turn into 3 mana, and so on and so forth. And then his quote-unquote bad rolls, but not terrible, +1 mana single use, and a blink. Because he's kind of like a pretty risky roller, I'd say. A little bit more so than mage or student. Just in my opinion, because students' rolls you're probably not gonna fail the 50-50 3 times, right? Whereas this guy, if the battle drags on long enough, you might have a harder time. Although the +1 mana cantrip probably makes up for it. And these two, more than make up for it, I'd say. And that's it for the tier 1s. There's another like orange one. I assume this orange one is Dabble. I'm gonna assume the name of this locked orange is called Dabble because there's a Dabbler and apparently there's a Dablist hero in tier 3, which I have not seen yet. And everything else is I have seen. So this is dab list. I thought this was gonna be dab list, but then I saw this is actually just RNG. Die. You might die. It's interesting. 5 damage, 2 damage. So roulette is very, very tricky. Sticky mandatory death. You're probably going to want to remove the keywords on the left side. If you have an ability that removes a keyword on the left side, this is probably what you're doing here. Because it's sticky, mandatory, and death. And I actually learned. I guess the red in this graphic is the mandatory, the green is sticky, and I guess death is the black around it. I don't know. Death, you die. Did you know that with death, you die? But yeah. That's the tier 1s, and that's what I want to show you. For those of you who don't know the context, I like explaining things, and that's the point of the stream, is to explain things. So there you go. That's the explanation. Let's start with yellow, because if I were to be a class or any of these like specific, if I could only choose one class or one color, it would have to be yellow. And you might be thinking, KO, you're a guardian, you're supposed to be gray, you're a tank, right? And I say to you, yes, but I can also do other things. And gray doesn't allow for that other things very much. I like doing damage. Because in order to win, you must do damage. You must actually deal with the enemy. So I will consider myself more of a yellow kind of guy than a gray. And no, it's not because I'm Asian. But I would prefer yellow, because yellow can be tanky, but also can do damage, right? Yellow is like, if you were to compare this in like a League of Legends, orange would be like your ADC, red would be support and bottom, blue would be mid, and then yellow, gray would be like mid, depending on how you feel, between top and jungle. There could be 2 yellows, or there could be 2 grays, like depending on your team comp. But usually that's what it is. And yellow feels more rewarding to play. Gray is more so like, okay, we need people to not die. Whereas yellow, you can at least maybe carry with a yellow. Like if yellow were the only character left, like because your team got screwed, I would rather have a yellow as the last one standing than a gray. Unless you have a very specific kind of character and you roll good and your orange did poison or something, or someone. So yeah, yeah, usually it's yellow. Yellow, like it's not yellow for the most part, but I would pick other people. But if I were to pick between yellow or gray, I would generally pick yellow, based on what I've played so far. But yeah, we're gonna start with yellow. I did copy pasta things, so you see like left, mid, right, rightmost, top, bottom. Those are just to denote what I mean, like when I say specific spots, because these matter. I'm gonna say right now, these do matter because of the items in the game. Which whenever you succeed a fight, you either get a tier promo or you get an item. And so after round 1, you get a promo. You promo one of your people into tier 2, and then the round after that, you get a item. And you generally get like 3 choices. You either get two tier ones, or depending, like equal to 1, but to x divided by 2, I'd say. So if you finish round 2, you're getting a tier 1 item, or you have 2 tier 1 items, and then whatever whatever third choice the game randomly gives you, right? Because it could be like multiple tier 2 or tier 0 items, or a tier 0 or a tier 2, like for example. But yeah, let's start with yellow. So yellows generally have pretty decent damage and some shield, right? So you're gonna see me referring to the game a lot. So let's go to the game. And just reference, this is what a fighter looks like. This is a very generic fighter. I'm very likely not gonna have this. This is not gonna be what I do. Brigand is just more damage potential and has some shield for himself, but otherwise is mostly offensive. Ruffian has the potential to do tons of damage, but hurts himself. So you're gonna need to peel for your Ruffian very badly if you want to use 5 damage pain. No, Ruffian has 4 health maximum. Just saying. And then Hoarder is 6 HP. Wait, actually, Hoarder has the most health, and I actually like Hoarder. Hoarder is basically you do 2 damage, but it has a caveat in order to do it. 2 damage, but you take 2 damage. 2 damage, but you can only use this once. 2 damage, but only if you are potentially dying this turn. 2 damage, but only if the target's HP is full, otherwise 1. Potentially more than 2 damage, actually. Potentially more than 1 damage. But that can only really potentially happen if you have if you killed someone with this ability the first time, or the second time, or the third time, or whatever. And then 2 damage, but you have to target the target with the most health. So it's basically Hoarder's like a bunch of like mismatched stuff with this like, oh, I got this 2 damage ability, but it has a caveat. That's basically Hoarder in a nutshell. Brigand has more potential to do damage, but exerts. Ruffian has a very big, risky play with Ruffian. It has the least health out of all of them, I believe. Yeah, 5, 5, 4, 6. And then Fighter is like pretty generic. He has some shield. He has damage. Oh dang, this dicey dungeon. Why are you going so hard? But I assume this is boss music. This feels like boss music. It's either boss music or like later in the game. I have never played dicey dungeons, so feel free to tell me where it actually is coming from. I don't care about spoilers for that game because it's also a roguelite. But yeah. With that shown, let's see. Let me think. I did already spoil what I wanted to do for yellow, which I'm gonna just write down right now. 1 damage rampage. I also write down X's, and X's means blank. That means if you roll this result, you get nothing. 1 damage self shield. And I'm gonna copy paste that to there. We're gonna have a want more damage, or want to do something else? Okay. Alright, chat. Do you all want... Actually... Nah. 1 damage rampage. I feel like I'm making my character into like kind of a less damaging character, but it can potentially do more, or has an extra thing. I feel like I'm turning this into like order, which is not great. 1 damage, mana gain, and then 1 shield cleave. Right. So basically, what I'm going with this is decently tanky. It's kind of like what is it? Brigand with this 1 damage self shield. This has excerpt, but yeah. Oh wait, I remember now. I remember what I wanted to do. Okay, where? Okay, instead of this, 1 damage cantrip. There you go. So whenever you roll the cantrip, you're just gonna do the damage. Like you roll that result, cantrip, hit someone. It hits someone randomly, unfortunately, but it does do damage. However, this does mean that this character does not do good damage versus monsters like gnolls, which I believe there's a monster almanac, right? Monster. There he is. No, that's a rat. There it is. These guys have 3 max health, but they reduce damage taken from spells and dice by 1. So that means we're not gonna be able to kill these guys, and these guys can show up early on. So you see this, and you roll my character as a yellow for tier 1, you're probably not gonna have a great time. Right. HP is HP 6 HP. I mean, it makes sense, right? I gotta have good HP. I am pretty tanky. For those of you who don't know, I am a guardian, so I gotta be tanky. So 6 HP. It's gonna be like a quarter. It might not be too great, but it's fine, right? Alright, that's yellow out of the way. I feel like most people would think, okay, we can go to gray now. Like gray is the Kiyo, role that you would expect, because I'm a guardian. So let's go with gray. Gray, as a tier 1, I'm not sure what I want to put here. Right? Because I'm not a fan of pristine, so I'm not going to put pristine. Or will I? Because I do like the idea of pristine. Like, because I tend to be pretty... Okay, for those of you who don't know, I tend to be pretty good at my best. Like, whenever I'm, like, feeling great, I feel like I'm at my best. But if people really want to screw me over, then I'm probably going to do terrible. So, pristine could work, but I don't think so. Oh, okay. I know this BGM specifically. I believe when you hear this, it means you are dying in dicey dungeons. Okay. Actually, before we get to gray, let's just explain this. I tank, or I self tank. I do damage. I do like multi hits, potentially multi hits with cantrip. Shield cleave, and then rampage. Potential extra damage. But yeah. Gray. This is the tank. I don't know. Oh, oops. I thought that would Oh, I did. No, because I selected the whole thing. Okay, there you go. Gray. I want to. Okay, obviously it's gonna be shield. And I think with Gray, I want to do some repel. I am very retaliatory as a person. So. Or 2 shield, repel. And I think that there's gonna be a recurring thing. I like to retaliate. So, repel. So I do 2 damage to whoever's attacking them. And then we have... I think this one is gonna have 2 X's. Because I think 2 shield repel at a tier 1 is already pretty good. Self... redirect. Self shield 2. So the redirect, I'm gonna. Oh, was I not showing it? Well, if I wasn't, then my bad. But redirect is taken from Squire. It's very nice. I actually really like Squire. I could take a page from Squire and be like, where is it? Yeah, and be like, use focus. I like the focus. Focus, very nice. And I am kind of a focus-based person. So I'm gonna use it. I think that it makes sense. Sorry, I'm trying to like organize everything. And maybe also you just change these two into like shield 1 or something. So this will be a not a redirect, but 1 damage focus, right? And then I guess right, yeah, you have a lot of 2 shields, and that's the most you can do for shielding. However, you have damage potential, and that's what I like doing. I like doing damage while I protect people. It is very good damage potential though, so I might get rid of the 1. Okay, I'm gonna do a poll because this is probably gonna be an interesting one. Okay, should I get rid of 1 shield focus or 2? You know, I'm gonna put a I have no idea result, and if you put that in, if I see someone vote that, then I will explain. Okay, we'll do a 2-minute poll. Because I know there are gonna be people who are like, okay, I don't know what this game is. I'm coming in, and I don't know what's going on, and that's fine. All right. For those of you who would be voting, I have no idea, but are afraid to. The X's, I'm gonna be replacing the shield 1 focus potentially, with an X. So that means the chances of me getting an actual result will decrease. So when you roll a die, you roll a number from 1 to 6, right? So let's say I get rid of the number 1. That means I can't roll a 1. If I roll an X, that means I roll a 0 or something. Or whatever it means, null, void, whatever. So that means I could have gotten something, a reward for rolling something, but I didn't, because X means nothing. You failed. But I'm for sure getting rid of at least 1 of them. Because if yellow feels weak, then I feel like gray should be a little bit weaker. I freaking love Dicey Dungeons OST. Dang. Maybe I should play Dicey Dungeons. Oh yeah, speaking of things I want to play, or not want to play but have been playing, I actually been playing Fire Emblem Engage, and all I'm gonna say, I'm not very far in the game, but all I'm gonna say right now, I like Chloe. And yes, it is for multiple reasons. But yeah. Okay, in that case, you have no idea what to do. I think I'm gonna get rid of 2. And the reason why is because 2 shield repel is probably one of your best tools in your arsenal. Does really good damage. 1 damage focus is probably your worst result, I'd say. I guess it depends on what you're dealing with, right? If the enemies aren't attacking at all, then 2 shield repel kind of sucks. But if they are, then 2 shield repel is better, for sure. 1 damage focus is potentially 2 damage. You know what? I'm gonna do this. 1 damage focus. Custom heroes. Ayo Tan? Wait, is that the Tan? Hold up. Ayo Dev? How you doing, Tan? How's the war against life going for you? I love your game, by the way. It's been one of my games I've been playing whenever I have work glows, and it's been wonderful. Thank you for making this game. But if for some reason you're actually not the dev and you're just using that name, okay. How you doing? Regardless, how you doing? I don't know. I don't know how I feel about this. I feel like 2 shield repel is just too good. Still working on it, yeah. I saw on your 2.0 update. We'll see what happens if we get a 2.1 or maybe even a 3.0. I don't know. We'll see what happens. I've only been recently playing it though, so I'd say I don't know everything. I think I started playing it 3 weeks ago. So thank you for making the game. I love this. Basically, Kiyo-Sekai is about making myself in the game. Hopefully not 3.0. Yeah, I don't want to break saves. But we'll see what happens, right? Got orange, red, and blue. I'm putting myself in all 3 tiers and all 5 colors. Normally, if I were to pick a character, or not a character, a color specifically, I would probably pick yellow, because as much as I want to say, yes, I'm a guardian, and yes, I have armor and all that fun jazz. Actually, you know what? Now that I think about it, I kind of look like Paladin. Hold on. Wait, hold on. No, hold on. Hold on. I kind of look like Paladin, don't I? Hey, look, guys! Look at my cosplay as Paladin. No, wait! I can make it better. Hold on. Let me go to VTube Studio real quick. I can make it better. Multiply. Yes. I'll make sure. Okay, yeah, that's the correct one. Alright, turn me blue, or I will turn myself blue. I gotta make myself darker. Make it darker. A little bit more blue. There you go. There you go. And you saturate a little bit. There you go. Look at my cosplay, everyone. But anyway, joking aside. Thank you. Live 2D is very nice. Light 2D. I love Light 2D. It helps. Like I realized that I could do that, and I'm like, what could I do with this? And like, I actually did that, where I try to freaking. Well, hold up. Let me get rid of the mask. Where I tried to make myself look like the sniper. I'm gonna be honest. I love how the sniper just looks like a nerd in a hoodie. Just like, wait, let me get the thing. Just the glasses. Oh yeah, I got the new. Oh, what the heck? Oh, you know what? This works. Screw it. Crazy. I didn't mean for this to happen, but it worked. Okay, and then let me edit the hood again. I love the thing. I like. I'm the sniper. Oh my goodness, the everything is going out of control. But it's fine. Okay. Alright, get out of here. Get out of here, the glasses. Yeah, I love how the sniper looks. Actually, I could just show off the sniper here. Yes. Sniper. But why? There you go. Back to the analysis. All right. I would be yellow because I'm more able to do things. Also, you know what? I might as well also explain my bias as well, because granted, this is probably not an amazing thing in the long run. Let me find the clip, because there's a clip, and I love this clip. Clip. Found the clip. Now I gotta go here and do that. Okay. I love this. Okay. Also, okay, Dicey Dungeons, you can shut up for a minute. Alright, I love this clip. Also, don't mind me trying to cosplay as a sniper. Oh wait, I muted the tab. I muted the tab. Hey. Oh hell. Oh hell yeah, I love this. But
I just noticed something.
I love this.
Oh hell.
Wizard.
Yeah. Oh.
Wizard.
Not that.
Buff the brawler.
Hold up.
This is probably one of my favorite moments. Live, just when I did it live.
Oh yeah, that felt so good.
I'm just gonna say right after that round, I died. Brawler died. Brawler died right after, like literally, I think turn 1. But yeah, I love Rampage growth. Which, spoiler alert, I am putting that specifically as a tier 3 for my tier 3 yellow custom character. I'm making that that a thing. So, you know what? I might as well do it now. Oh wait, what? Tier 3. That's tier 2. Tier 3. 2 damage growth rampage. Just gonna put that out there right now before I forget for some odd reason. It's not gonna be 3 damage, okay? It's not gonna be as crazy as what you saw, but 2 damage growth rampage. There you go. Potential ramping up. It's not gonna be like Weeb Swordsman levels of ramping it up, but still. Growth era would be interesting to see as well, but nah, I'm not gonna do that. Oh, I can turn on the BJ. There you go. Orange, red, or blue? I guess because I feel like quite a bit of people will probably see me as a rogue kind of character, which is understandable. As like lore wise, I am pretty fast. So let's do that. Orange, orang. I don't know what I would do for orang. Oh wait, never mind. I know what I'm doing. Never mind. Where is it? Dodge. So let me explain dodge. I prefer dodge tanking over actual shield tanking. I mean, in this game, obviously dodge is better. Granted, dodging is only for yourself, but dodge prevents everything. For the most part, right? There might be one or two things that dodge doesn't prevent, I don't know, but dodge is very nice. As for other stuff, I would probably do a ranged attack. Because for those of you who, you know, I might as well show it off. Don't mind the freaking. There you go. Get out of here. Got the dagger. Also don't mind the magenta. The magenta is because of the chroma key background that I'm using, which is magenta. I personally don't freaking like. But green and transparency sucks, so we're gonna have to deal with that. I got the sword. But I also have range, so that means I am definitely could be a rogue if I wanted to. And then we have the axe. Just yeah. Again, don't mind the magenta. Background is magenta, and transparency means things get screwy. But alright. Orang. Usually with orang, I'm okay. This might be a weird thing to do. Okay. Dodge. Okay. 1 damage cantrip. 2 damage ranged. Oh, oops. I pressed control. Okay, that's right. XXX. This is probably gonna be really weird. I don't know. I feel like that's too good. And I don't know. I feel that, yeah, I think that's too good. I could just get rid of cantrip on dodge. That's also another option. Or I could do 1 damage cantrip, 2 damage cantrip. Nah, one, like, I could do something like this. And that could be something I could do. I don't know. Okay, I have to think thief. Okay, let's reference thief. Before we do that, also, you get the thought arm back. But let's reference thief. Thief, 2 damage ranged, and everything else is 2 damage, and then you just got blanks. Whereas Scoundrel is just 2 things. They're both good, I guess, but pretty inconsistent. That's the downside of Scoundrel. And then Lost has consistency, but potentially less damage, maybe more, I guess, because of the cruel. Maybe. Let me think. I guess that's fine. I think it's probably okay. Right? One damage, just 2 1 damage cantrips, and then a dodge. We could make the dodge into a cantrip, but I think that'd be taking it way too far, because dodge cantrip is really nice. Actually, let me look up. I always exit out the almanac. I don't know why. I just did it like that. I know someone has dodge cantrip, I think. Okay, I could be wrong. Maybe I feel like someone has a dodge cantrip. Or maybe I saw a pre-generated character have dodge cantrip. Or not generated. But yeah, dodge cantrip is a thing. Stupid, but yeah, it's a thing. Alright. I could keep it. Or I could have, okay. I could have 2 dodges. Like, because you're not really doing much damage otherwise. Like, dodge is basically you're doing nothing, right? You're not taking damage, but you're still doing nothing. But it is potential damage mitigation. So yeah, I'd say this is fun. Although 1 damage cantrip could... Yeah, we'll keep it. We'll keep it. It's probably powerful, but we'll keep it. No range. No cleave. No nothing. Just cantrip. Cantrip dodging. I think orange is gonna be, for me, as a character, it would be very much a cantrip based. I love juggler. I'm one of the people who like juggler. So, yes. Okay. I think we're gonna keep it as is for tier 1. Red. People do sometimes call me support tank daddy, so people would consider me. Let me do the command.
Support tank daddy.
But yeah, some people probably assume I be red or gray, but I personally am more of a fan of being yellow. But gotta do red, so we'll do red. Because I am like a guardian, I think for sure I'm gonna have a heal 1. Heal shield 1. Yes, I am correcting the capitalization. Sue me. Heal 1, shield 1. Right. That's already pretty good. Could do shield 2. But I think that's already like in freaking surgeon levels, right? Because surgeon, I believe, that's a tier 3 guy, by the way. Surgeon has that basically. So we don't want to go to those levels. And let me check. Okay, Mystic has that potential as well to do heal, mana, and shield 1. So we don't want to go in Mystic levels yet. And a heal is generally not very effective early on, like at round 1. They're generally not great. I mean, shield. That's why I put shield, just so it at least has some use. Just usually monsters would be doing things to you. Usually. I could do attack 1 growth, but I don't. Nah, I think it's just attack 1 mana gain. You know what? Yeah. Attack 1 mana gain. For 1 damage mana gain. And then something else. Like it's probably like 2 other things and then X. Right? Let's see. Maybe some single use. Maybe I'll have like a single use or 2. Or a cantrip. KO, you could do cantrips. No. No, I will not do cantrip. Or should I? You know what? I'm for sure gonna do cantrip for blue. Alright, I'm gonna be that guy. I'm gonna be like initiate. Alright. Hmm. Reroll. Alright, that was probably already like ridiculous. So you know what? No. We're gonna make it like student, right? We're gonna make it more like students, and we're gonna do X's like that. It's probably already ridiculous. So let's maybe do something else here instead of 1 mana cantrip. Okay, I got one. Put the reroll here and 1 damage mana gain. There we go. There we go. I could do 2 damage mana gain. You know what? That might be too powerful though. But as a 3 result only kind of character, it might be something I might have to do. We'll think about it. So I know I'm already like going to blue. I was like talking about red. I'm sorry. I just really like talking about mana gain because we were talking about the damage mana gain. I was like, ooh, maybe we could put it here too. Because I do like spell swords. Like I'd say like my first iteration of Kiyo was probably a spell sword. Like when I was a wee lad and when I first thought about ideas for Kiyo, or I should say quote unquote Kiyo, AK or main character, they would have been a spell sword. And I have elaborated on that idea in the years to come. I'm not going to tell you about them now because that's lore spoilers, and I usually don't want to talk about lore. I want to expect, like, as I grow as a creator, I want to grow the lore, right? I'm not going to tell you all about myself, right? I'm not like other VTubers, okay? I'm not just going to tell you my life story, okay? But yeah. Red. I think with blue is pretty much good enough for compared to student, right? Oh wait, was I not showing this? I always confuse myself whether I'm actually showing it or not. If I wasn't, then I apologize. But yeah, this is what I was talking about, the damage, mana gain, and all that stuff. But now let's look at the student. So student is target hero can use their dice again. Shield 1 mana gain and a shield 1 mana gain. Alright, that has, yeah, this guy has probably the least consistent die at round 1 or 2. Whereas Initiate can potentially have less consistency later on. I guess, yeah, student really relies on whoever your other people are. And then shield 1 mana gain. Not much mana gain, which I'd say is probably the main issue for student, is that it lacks mana gain. Yeah, student is not a mana gain person, which is a little unfortunate. I guess it makes it up for the other thing, right? So in that case, I might do I might just do just damage mana gain, right? I don't want to be more inconsistent than student, but this is already looking really good at tier 1. I know I'm talking about red, but still, I really do want to talk about blue because mana is pretty big in Slice and Dice, in my opinion. I guess it's fine because there's no one with rerolls. Yeah, I'd say just replace the reroll with mana cantrip, and there's your potential, right? Like you could potentially get 4 mana out of this if you roll exactly what you want, like the mana cantrip, and then reroll for mana cantrip, and then last reroll for 2 damage mana gain. And if you somehow have a bard or something, maybe more. But the chances of it aren't very high, obviously, with the X's. But yeah, if you do roll the mana cantrip, you're basically getting 2 mana, so that's fine. All right, I think I don't want to talk about blues anymore. If I talk more about blues and elaborate on this, I feel like I'm gonna. Oh, I like this soundtrack, or a specific song. Because I believe when you hear this, you're getting rewarded in Dicey Dungeons. But Red. Let's talk about Red, please. Right? Let's look at the reds, actually. Oh wait, I forgot to show you guys. My bad. But yeah, blue, we're just setting it to do damage, mana gain, and then 1 mana cantrips. I'm sorry for not showing you guys. You know what? I'm gonna just do this to myself. Because I am a freaking baka. Like, sometimes I'm an idiot. Sometimes I have the biggest brain in the entire universe. I don't know. But now let's talk about red. Look at the other reds. Pretty consistent stuff, I'd say. I actually really do like the heal 2 vitality. And I think I might take a page off Acolyte. And then have maybe some single use stuff, right? Yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna do. So go back here. Heal 1 vitality. It is gonna be a heal 1, though. I mean, I could make it better. Actually, wait. Heal 1 mana gain, heal 1 vitality, and maybe I think that's fine, right? You have some mana gain, you got damage, you got shield. It doesn't, like, similar to Mystic, you don't have very much healing. Okay, wait. What about 1 damage self-heal? We'll take a book off of Vampire as well. We're gonna do some self-healing. Because I do have sustain as a character. I think this is fine. It's probably not amazing. Yeah, but basically you basically have a lot of abilities that are not amazing, but they're never a waste, right? Red is basically, for me, is consistent but not amazing. Mana gain is always nice. Self-heal or damage, I just say, is nice. Again, also damage is nice. Shield is okay. And yeah. I think that's what I'm going to do. Is just all that. Blue. We did blue. Oh, wait. We can do tier 2 now. This is probably the one that I'm going to be the most confused about. Tier 2. What do I do for tier 2? Am I just going to be like, oh, let's just copy from 1? And then just make it better? I mean, I could. I mean, I'm probably doing that for yellows, but I could do something different, right? An upgraded Q doesn't have to be just +1 to everything, right? Alright, so in that case, tier 2s. Let's look at the tier 2s of Slice and Dice. Which, again, my personal favorite is Juggler. I love cantrips, man. Probably one of my favorite things. You do get absolutely screwed by things like thorns and basilisks, but I mean, hopefully you don't hit the basilisk, and hopefully you don't hit the thorns, or whoever is spikers as well. Those are my main enemies. I guess Hexia. I guess. Well, no, not really. Hexia isn't too big of a problem. Rogue, I tend to pick, generally, just because Rogue also has cantrips, but poison is pretty nice for like mid to maybe late game. 2 damage Cruel can potentially kill a boss, or help kill a boss much quicker. Trapper, I love the insta-kill Trapper. Can delete basically like any enemy, like that's like in the back, or like a skeleton, or I think they're called bones, but yeah, bones. A slate, if you just bonk a slate with 1. A lot of things. Trapper is nice as well. Dabbler is also nice, just dabbles, hence the name. Spellblade. I always forget Spellblade is an orange. But yeah, I do like Spellblade. The 1 damage mana gain. Also has poison, which is actually probably one of the main reasons you would also pick Spellblade. Just because you have the potential to do poison. Oh, and Imbue. Imbue can be very nice depending on who you have as well. I guess the main appeal for... Oh, wait. I just realized something. Hold up. I don't have spells. So let's not go back to tier 2, because we need to go to tier 1 and specify some things. Orange. You're probably gonna have... How much health does Steve have? 4? Let me check. 4, 6, 3. Okay, I mean, we could still make it 4. That's fine, right? 4 is fine. If I make it 5, it's gonna be kind of ridiculous. So we're gonna make it 4. And then all these guys 7, 6, 5, 4. 4. Okay, Alloy. I hate the fact that your name is Alloy. Not because I don't like the name, it's because whenever when I see Alloy, I think of alloys in freaking Stellaris. And alloys is basically one of the main resources that you want to be producing in Stellaris, because it helps you build ships. And ships are very nice. Alright, they kill things. And then these guys have 5 and 4 health. These guys have 4, 5. I think for my guy, probably gonna have probably also 6 health. Right? Okay. First let's decide HP. 4 HP for gray. I mean, not gray. Orange. Gray is probably gonna be 6 HP. Red is gonna be 5. And then blue is gonna be probably 5 as well. So I basically have 6 and 5. We could set this to 5 as well. The orange. Or we could do 6. I think 5. 5 or 4. Well, it's not... Okay, it doesn't do very much damage. So I'd say 5. I mean, it has potential to do a lot, but... It's like... Re-roll cantrips like 3 times. And then use it. That's 4 damage. But if you're dealing with, like I said, a null... Then, you ain't doing any damage to it. Unfortunately. And if you have a thorn in the early game, which I think it's possible to have a thorn, this will kill you. You will die. You are not dealing with a thorn because you have 5 HP. could do shield. Self shield? You know what? Self shield. We'll have one of them be like better than the other. And everything else will be just whatever. You're almost set to 4. There you go. And then red. I'm gonna have to look at the spells list. Red and blue, I definitely need more info. For sure. Where's the spell list? It's monsters, items, modifiers, keywords, it's patches. Unlocks. Oh, hey, stats. Oh, those are my stats. I lost a lot because I suck at this game. But where would I look at the list of spells? If you know, please tell me. Yeah, that would very much help me. I guess for now I'll just look at what these guys have. Healer, mend, restore. I could make my own, but I don't know. Do I need to make my own? And then this is bandage, single cast, cleave. I think for our blue, it might just be flare. It might be flare. I don't know for the other stuff, but I think flare might be the answer here. At least for blue. As for red, I have to think about it. 'Cause I'm not too keen on the rest of these for myself, right? I could do shield 1 all allies. Right? Shield 1 cleanse all allies. For like maybe 2, 1 or 2. Right? Restore is heal 1 to all allies, so I guess. Wait, what does this do? Heal and shield 1 single class cleave. Oh, bandage already like that. In that case, I have to think a little bit more. Shield 1 cleanse on 1 person. That cost 1 or 2? Let's think. Based on what we're seeing here. Heal, shield, cleave, single cast. This is a single cast though. And then it's heal 1 to all allies. I'd say it can cost 1 maybe. Make a single use. Yeah, we'll do that. I don't know. Well, I just call it freaking protect. I don't know. 1 mana. Shield 1 cleanse single use. And then for blue it's just flare, which is 4 mana, 5 damage. I think Flare is fun. Like I personally like using Flare early game. It does really good damage. Okay, now now we can go down here for tier 2. And we're gonna again start with the yellow, because I think I prefer yellow. Just because I like playing warriors. I tend to play warriors in RPGs. I don't know. I guess it's because no one else in my freaking group. Like, okay, it depends on the group, but most people in like playthroughs when I play with the boys every Saturday night, they don't want to tank. I'm the only one who's willing to be the tank. Like if someone else like randoms the tank, they're like, okay, I'll deal with it. But for everyone else, for me, I'd be like, okay, I'm the tank, cool. I am fit for this. But obviously that's coming back. I think there's no question about it. That obviously that's gonna come back. 2 damage rampage. You know what? It's gonna come back so hard. It's gonna be. Actually, isn't this? Wait a minute. Is someone else? Wait, hold on. I didn't even show you guys. Oops. Okay. Starting with yellow. 2 damage rampage, 2 sides. But I need to check something for tier 2 heroes. Who has a rampage? If anyone in here. Oh, no one has a rampage. Okay, well I guess I'll fit that niche. I'll have the rampage. Okay. Rampage. Alright. Then we'll do, I guess we'll have a ranged attack. For tier 2. Yeah, we can do a ranged attack for tier 2. Oh frick, it's almost the freaking thing's almost over. But don't worry, it'll loop. Because I set it to loop. But alright, in that case, 2 damage self shield. There's gonna be a lot of 2 damage. A lot more 2 damage, I should say. To shield cleave. Growth? I could do growth. You know what? Or this nothing. I mean, that's basically a whole lot like what we have, right? Oh, except that this one has cantrip. Whereas yellow is more so, or the tier 2 yellow is more so going towards just doing things instead of cantripping. So 2 damage rampage. We got some self shield. Okay. This is gonna be another odd one. We're gonna get rid of the shield cleave. Oh, oops. Control X. 1 damage. Self shield. Self heal. Cantrip. No more of that freaking what you call the shield. I mean, I could do shield cleave. I could do it like put it right there, maybe. Like what I could do is that, right? 1 damage, self shield, self heal, cantrip. Like I could keep the cantrip. Just put it there instead. Become less consistent. But you have oddly, weirdly good cantrip. Right? This does self shield, self heal. You know what? We'll do Mannequin. I think Mannequin is probably better. I think Mannequin's too good. Yeah, we'll do that. So we have a lot of like sustain potentially if we really wanted to reroll. And the shield cleave and everything else is just upgraded. And then we more focus on rampage. I don't know. Could be good, could be bad. Also, I do want to preface, for those people who have never played Slice and Dice, there is a Guardian class or a hero. I don't like him. I feel like a lot of people don't like him. I looked into things and feel like quite a bit of people don't like and it sucks because for those of you who don't know, I am a Guardian and I don't like this class. As a Guardian, I don't like this class. Engage is only really useful probably turn 1. And cleave is fine, I guess. Damage cleave, again, is probably still fine. I guess my main issue with Guardian, it doesn't have anything else. These blanks. These blanks could be something else. Honestly, if Guardian just needs to fill up these blanks with something else, and I think I'd be fine with a Guardian. Like, okay, what would make Guardian better? What do you think? Like if you were to add something to these blanks, what would you add? Like maybe I guess it depends on what Guardian is supposed to be doing, right? Like, I guess. Wait. Let me check the rest of these. Okay, obviously statue is just high health, nothing. That's the point. Statue. I would think maybe Monk could be the shield repel guy. However, if we're looking at like the rest of these, Keeper also has these. Although Keeper has big shield, so it's a little bit tough to, I guess, balance it out. Just because Keeper as a tier 3 does exist. So I'd say maybe like have the 2 blanks be replaced by a shield 1 repel, I guess. Because Monk's main thing is the redirect, right? Because I don't think any other class has it, or surely doesn't. Warden surely doesn't. It's basically an upgrade of Defender. It's just Defender +1, really. Except it is, right? Yeah, basically +1, and has a shield 1. So yeah, just I guess add more offense to Guardian. It's like shield repel. Even then, I'd still probably wouldn't pick Guardian very much, but it is there, I guess, helpful. Shield 1 cleave repel. That would be an interesting thought. Shield 1 repel cleave. Right, what would that mean? Like, I feel that would do a lot of damage. shield 1 repel cleave instead of engage. Okay. Shield 1 repel cleave up here. I guess shield 2 engage on these two sides and then cleave. The damage cleave on this right side. I don't know. Maybe. That Guardian could, like, how many offensive? Razor. 1. I guess 2 if you count Warden. Yeah, 2. Guardian could be the 3rd, right? I have an offensive Guardian. Monk, yeah, sure, but it's just the repel. Right. I think Guardian could be that 3rd offensive, like, kind of guy. But, yeah, that's how I feel about Guardian as a class. Anyway, am I gonna copy that? No. Guardian is Guardian, and this gray for me is not it. Okay. Let's look back at what we have already. So we have the 2 shield repel. And I think we might keep that actually. We just add more to whatever. Yeah, then we just add more to it. So the redirect self shield 2. Keep that. Right, it just +1 to that. And then damage focus, that's what we changed. We changed everything else here. Right? Make these actually have something. So now gray, this gray here can be, could just be 2 damage if I really wanted it to be 2 damage. Do we want that? I say nay. I want to actually do shielding this time. Let's go back to the game. Let's reference everything again. Monk has a cleanse, so we might put a cleanse in. Knight has steal and some exert damage. Armorer, ooh. Armorer might be the answer. The smith, just get +1. Because, like I said, I am a support tank daddy, or at least some people call me this.
Support tank daddy.
So I think smith might be an answer, right? Buff other people. Could also do a reroll. Could be interesting. How would that help anyone? I don't know, but maybe. Alright. I don't want to just take a smith or take 2 smiths, because that's basically the armorer's gimmick, right? The smithing. Cleave, the big shield, and then the heavy. So I think we'll take 1 smith, and then everything else is gonna be something else, right? So 1 shield smith, and then I could also be that guy and do prevent death. I only have 4 for gray, right? Tier 1, right? I do. Well, I am keeping the 2 shield repel, so I do need to increase this. I need to add something else. Do I want prevent death already? Because I don't think any none of the tier 2 grays have prevent death as a thing. So maybe I don't know, shield 2 rescue could be something. You know what? 2 shield rescue. As rescue is nice. Rescue is nice. And then X. So we have more consistency for our gray. But some things are kept about the same, like the 2 shield repel. The redirect got +1. We no longer do a focus attack 1. Instead, we do a smithing to help other people, which can potentially be even better. And then we have a 2 shield rescue. I think that's a decent upgrade from tier 1. And next we're gonna do not orange this time. We're gonna start with blue, because blue is nice. Now it would be interesting if there was a green hero. What would a green hero be? I have no idea. It's just gonna be, I doubt it'd be like, replace any hero with a green, and you're just like, okay, this green hero can be whatever the hell you want. All right, this green hero gets to choose 4 things from any color. I don't know. That's gonna be a weird one. Just make a green and do that. It would be an interesting nod off to me, but why? Alright, blue. I guess we could just copy pasta. That's fine, right? Just see what we have as the tier 1. I think we're gonna increase our repertoire. I'm gonna have a reroll. I think that's I think we decrease our consistency, add a reroll, but have a bigger bomb. That's a 2 damage mana gain is very nice. And then oh yeah, health. Yes, health. It's probably gonna have a 8 HP. Yellow is probably gonna have also 8 HP, I think. Right? Yeah, just gonna scale everything up. Blue is, I think, gonna be 6 HP though. And then Oh, 1 reroll. Cantrip, obviously. Rerolls usually have cantrips. I'd be surprised if they didn't. Like, it's always implied that they have a cantrip. Mana cantrip. I think I'm gonna reference the game again. Alright, blue. What you got, blue? Show me. Oh, the flick of the wrist. I like Gesture. Gesture's one of my favorites. Glacia is interesting. Sparky is also interesting. Caldera has Scald. Fiend has Burn. Seer has just gain extra mana at the next turn, basically. Maiko is Decay and +1. I don't really use Maiko very much. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about Maiko. I guess it's just the big boost of the +3 mana. That's probably why you pick Maiko. Or if you have literally nothing else. like someone like one of these two heroes is bad, I guess, for that specific scenario or something. I guess right now we're closest to looking like Caldera, which I think I set the health to 6, right? Yeah, 6. We don't have very much like big boy damage. I guess that's the thing we don't have. So I think we're gonna delete the reroll. And we're gonna replace it with something else. Maybe dodge? Dodge catch. I mean, we do dodge catch. We don't need a dodge catch, do we? Nah. There gotta be something else. Okay, we need a single use thing. And I think that's what we're gonna add here. Is single use. It's just what? Single use. Ooh, what if we does anyone have lifesteal? Which one of these people have lifesteal? Oh, you do. Or not lifesteal, the self-heal. Yeah, I will take a page out the Fiend then, and get the self-heal. Actually, now that I think about it, I feel like I'm just basically the Fiend. Wait, hold up. Because you have 1 mana cantrip, the 1 mana cantrip. He has 2 single use, 2 damage self-heal. Right? I'm gonna get one of those. And then he has mana gains. It has pain, but it's mana gain. I think what I'm gonna do instead is okay, let's look back at the other blue. 2 damage mana gain. Oh, we still had a 2 damage mana gain here. Oh, okay, in that case, yeah, this makes sense. Keep it there. We could do growth. X. Wait, let me look at one of the people again. Specifically Seer. Okay, yeah, Seer has like a big boy thing. Yeah, we're gonna basically be looking like Evoker. And I think that's fine. He got the drop. Alright. I need to find that Lucio line. Hold up. Overwatch Lucio voice lines. Alright, because I need to look at the eliminations. I found it. Hold up. Okay, Dicey Dungeon, shut up for 1 second. All right. I like this because it references it, or it doesn't reference it specifically, but I just like it because I think it's a reference. I like it. All right, I'm gonna play it. Hopefully it plays.
There goes the drop.
There you go. There goes the drop, baby. It can insta kill like probably a Bones or an Imp or something. Pretty nice. I like it. Anyway, I think that's what we're gonna be looking like for blue tier 2. So, Firefox. There it is. 2 damage. And you know what? Put it there just because there's quite a bit of stuff that I've seen so far that deals with top and bottom and then left side. So I think that we're gonna change the positions as well to make it a little bit better. There are some like definitely good ones that do make this whole row good. which I could just do. You know what? That's probably better, right? Yeah, we're gonna do that. We could add something else. Because we have where is it? It was 2 1-mana cantrips and then the 1 2 damage mana game. So I think we can add one thing to one of these. And I think we're gonna do it to the middle one. But what? Mana gain. What, shield? You know, yeah, self shield. You know what? I'm a guardian. I gotta sustain myself. So I'm gonna do shield. I mean, I could even add it to the other thing too. I guess it depends on how I feel. Or could add growth to the other one. No, growth will make it too ridiculous. Nah. Alright, blue I think is... I don't want to do blue anymore. I think we're spending too much time on blue unnecessarily. Alright, red. This is what red looks like at tier 1. There you go. Heal shield 1. 1 damage mana gain, 1 damage self heal. So basically red is that I don't do a whole lot, but I do things consistently. And I like that. So we're gonna continue this trend. Right. So I'm gonna actually buff this top part with mana gain. I think mana is very nice. Buff the damage to a self heal. Buff this heal. I think this is just a number buff, really. This feels like just a number buff. Or should it? Or should it be? Like a number buff and then an extra feature. Because now we're making a lot of mana gain. Which is not bad. Mana gain is nice. Like, okay, compare it to the other reds, right? Right? Like, I think, like, Fae, Vampire, Druid is probably one of my favorites. But, 2 damage growth. You got 2 growths, 2 mana, 2 manas. Balance is nice. I just realized I still need to look at blue again because you need to add magic, a spell for red and blue. I could technically add magic and stuff to the other stuff too, because for example, Spellblade has 1. But Jester is 3, potentially. Evoker, same thing. Sparky, it has 2 damage mana gain. I guess the main appeal of Sparky is I guess the charged and the 2 damage mana gain. That's probably his best ability, is the 2 damage mana gain. I think the main issue with Sparky is that you do need to you need your other people. More specifically, I'd say probably Spellblade. Like Spellblade, you would need a Spellblade. You would need maybe a Bard help. Actually, Bard just has rerolls. Never mind. You need these guys, your reds, to do it. Herbalist is probably one of the people you would want to have. Maybe Priestess, if you're on harder difficulties, I guess, because Vitality 3 is nice. Vampire does it too. Disciple, I don't know how I feel about Disciple. It's a total net 4 heal, potentially. It's heal 2 double use. But it's useless on turn 1. Or I guess the main appeal is it has a revive. Like if you're struggling super hard, you can't keep your people alive, I guess. And what's the other thing? Place blank size with heal and shield 3. Oh. Okay. I guess glow is also one of the big things here. Although I like flash. Like flash, infuse is nice. I also like Faye, just for the weaken. Also, the heal boost is also nice. Actually, speaking of boost, let me go to my gray real quick. One shield boost. I'm gonna change that to a boost, and then move on, right? Because I want to buff people. Because mostly your damage is about the same. You're not really increasing your damage. You're basically increasing your redirect shield, replacing your 1 damage focus with the shield boost, and then you have a 2 shield rescue, which makes you a little bit more consistent in terms of rolling. So yeah, I think I really want to change this. I don't know, it feels a little loaded. Because heal 2 mana gain is, I believe, also a thing in where is it? Surgeon. Tier 3, but Surgeon's a tier 3. I mean, Surgeon has 9 health, right? Compared to everything else, okay, that has 10, but that doesn't really have much, right? Heal 2, pain vitality. Right. 9. Okay, 9. Okay, never mind. The other people have 9. There are also some people that I haven't seen yet, but don't worry about it. I think I'm gonna reduce the consistency of our red, right? I feel like our red is a little too loaded, right? Increase this. Heal 3 vitality. Or heal 1 vitality cleanse. And then increase the damage and self heal here. Right? And then X. Right? So basically, like for most of our things, are increasing stats, but also adding a little bit more. Or in Blue's case, we're literally tacking on more things. I guess Blue doesn't have much, right? It's only 3 out of 6. Well, it's real nice if you get them, right? You know what? Screw it. Not growth. We're gonna swap these. We're gonna have 2 cantrips. We're gonna start 2 cantrips. Mana gain cantrip. Mana gain cantrip growth. And then our 2 damage mana gain self shield. Ah! Oh, sorry. Let me correct myself. Alright. How you doing, Lynch? This is another Kiyo-Sekai. Don't worry, this ain't gonna be as homeworky as last time, alright? Alright, cause I can show this off. It's a game. that I can actually show off, which I'm probably also gonna play later too, if time permits, of course. I think time will probably permit because this is probably gonna be a shorter one, just because it's probably easier to do for Kiyo-Sekai analysis. So, but yeah, this the game that we're playing is or not playing, that we're doing Kiyo-Sekai for is Slice and Dice. Actually, let me get the link to Slice and Dice because this is actually really nice. Dev was also in here earlier. There you go. It's a great game, honestly. It's like RNG, like you're rolling dice, you're dungeon crawling, roguelite. Love it. Also has been scratching my D&D itch somehow. I don't know how, but it is. I think that's what our red and blue is gonna be. Red is gonna be 7 health, and then need to add something else. I think we could do Flash. We could take a page from Priestess and do Flash. But do we need to? Nah. Oh wait, we're going to tier 3. Oops, my bad. I think I'm gonna do another single use thing, right? And make another spell of my own. So game. Undying. 2 mana. Oh no, homework. Don't worry, it's not homework. It's not homework. Alright. It's a game. Okay, look at the game. It's great. It's dice. Alright, dice is not homework. Dice is D&D. But D&D is not homework. I know last time we did D&D. But that D&D is not homework. Alright, we'll play the game. It's okay. You have game. Alright, tables is not game unless your work involves doing Excel spreadsheets. Which fortunately I don't need to do very much of those. I remember back in the days where like in high school. And actually sometimes uni as well, where I had to make freaking spreadsheets. D&D is called just words. There's dice. There's dice too. But at least this time you get to see a graphic. Alright. You're not gonna just see just this spreadsheet. Alright. Because I will be referencing it a lot. Yeah, red is fine. 2 mana. And single use vet target is immune to death. Single use. Slice and homework. Yeah, I gotta slice that homework. And then you just wait. Hold up. I got the perfect thing. If I can find it. All right. Hold up. Let me set something up for you real quick. You know what? I got this. Hold up. First, I'll give you this, just so you don't do anything. Okay. All right. Let me set it up. Okay. All right. I have set it up. Okay. You're probably gonna immediately know what the hell is happening, but don't worry. Okay. All right. Oh no, it's homework. Slice the homework. Goodbye, homework. Alright. Alright. Anyway. I told you we're gonna be doing memes, alright? We did, I think we did one earlier. I don't remember what I did, but we did me. All right. But honestly, if you do have homework, and you gotta do homework, I am like in my like high school and kind of uni days, I was an honor student, so I will absolutely recommend doing homework because homework and like classes, depending on how you look at things, like I tend to look at like classes as a way of learning things, right? Because I'm very much a guy who loves learning. So, as you could tell by me doing all this analytical kind of streams. Like I do analysis, but I also love memeing, alright? Gotta put the memes in. If you don't put the memes in, they're not gonna wanna listen. And I don't know how people are doing teaching nowadays, but hopefully hopefully teachers are putting in memes. I know like at least a few teachers that are also VTubers. Like I have a few VTuber friendos who are teachers IRL. Maybe they're putting in memes. I believe one of them at least put in a meme or two. It's too much to learn. Well, if you're thinking it's too much to learn, then I think the issue is that you're taking too much at once. I think you have to take it a little bit more slowly, right? If there's like something you don't get, stop, and then just stop and then try to get the thing. Because usually, like most things, at least for math and science, once you learn one thing, it's like, okay, this next part of the equation or next part of the of this exercise, oh, easy. You're taking stuff from the previous thing we learned. Oh, okay, easy, right? Whereas like I'd say I'd have the most like issues like in high school were like stuff like history, economics, and stuff. Economics as in like vocab. not number crunching. Okay, economics. If we're doing number crunching, then I am really good at it. I'm good at it. But if it's other things like vocabulary and concepts, then oops, I don't know what the hell is happening. Although in math and science, I'm like real good. I just copy. Well, you better hope none of your professors or teachers are watching the stream, because they might be coming for you now. I'll just kidding. They're not gonna come for you, unless they know what your Twitch name is for some odd reason. Yeah, speaking of exams, there's actually one exam when I was in like uni, where I actually just forgot that we had an exam. So on the day of the exam, like I thought it was like 2 days after or something, or like the next class day after for the exam. So I just went home because sometimes I just don't go to class. Like this is back in the Depressio uni days. So this is probably back when I was like, ugh, I don't feel like going to class. I learn pretty easily myself. just look at the notes from what they did in class and just go. I recommend not doing that though. If you're actually in uni, don't do that. But this is back in my Depressio days, okay? So in uni, I tend to like not go to. I go to class half of the time, so that I I actually have an attendance record. But yeah, that's basically what happened. I just didn't go to class, and I just went home. I used public transportation, and I went home, not even realizing that we had an exam. Fortunately, I still passed the class. I still passed. I knew for sure I wasn't gonna fail the class. That class is easy. Like, had I probably had taken that exam, I probably would have gotten probably like a A+. Because that class was so easy. I'm not gonna say what the class is, but it was an easy class. It was part of my major. So, so it was a class that I liked learning, but I just didn't like the like listening to people myself, because it was basically simple stuff that I already learned back in high school. Because back in high school, I had a class that involved doing stuff in there already. So I was like, okay, well, I already know this part. Yeah. Oh, this intricacy right there. Oh, I already know about that. Thanks, class. I didn't get any credits for it, but I don't know why I didn't get credits. Oh no, I got credits for the basic class of it. This was like that class was like one step up from it, and I still basically learned the same thing from it. So it ended up being easy. And even if we get to like the harder parts, like all I needed to do was like look at it for a little bit, and then I was like, okay, yeah, easy, right? Because I'm gonna say it's a math/science class, so I'm not gonna say which one, but it was one of those. And therefore I instantly knew, oh yeah, oh that concept easy, because I just take what I learned from before and apply it. That's basically how you do math and science, at least mostly. All right, if it's a completely new concept entirely, then you have to learn it from scratch. But if it's not, then you're good. Also, why am I just I'm just like instinctively just like selecting the red for some reason. I don't know why. But yeah, I think this is fine. Let's go to orange. Alright, orange. Hello, my baby. Hello, my darling. We're gonna become Cantrip City, baby. Alright, so we have 4 things in orange. I probably just could have just copy pasted instead of just deleting it and then copy pasting, but don't worry about it. Alright, this time we're gonna dodge less, but we're gonna have dodge cantrip. Alright, this is gonna be huge. Alright, dodge cantrip means that if you roll this, you will immediately dodge, and that's great. Alright, so we don't need another dodge. I'm gonna have more cantrips, but not a lot. We're gonna have like 3 maximum, right? 1 reroll cantrip, because I believe in here we have 2 cantrips, right? Now we're gonna have 1 self shield, mana gain. Now here's where we get mana gain. Alright. And then probably 2 damage poison single use. And then that's all we have. Right? I think that's good enough. Okay, technically we have 4 cantrips, but don't worry about it. Or we could get rid of a reroll. No. I think we get rid of the reroll. Oops. Oh. Control X, not Shift X. Okay. Now we Shift X. Okay. And this is what we do, right? So now we have 3 cantrips. And then a single use poison, which can potentially really help with bosses, right? And because unlike yellow, we are actually relying on this. We're going to add something else. Ranged. Self-heal? Rampage. Wait. I know there are abilities where you can do Rampage, like cantrip Rampage, like potentially. But if you cantrip Rampage and you kill someone with it, does it trigger again? Assuming the dev is still here. Hey Tan, does cantrip Rampage, like if the cantrip randomly kills someone, does it activate again? If you don't know the answer to that, that's fine. But I just quick question if you're able to answer, and if you're still here, that is. Oh dang, yes. Alright, I think orange is fine now. Now we just... What the hell is happening here? Oh, this is getting screwed. Maybe we could make this a little bit smaller, right? Let's try to make something smaller. If we get rid of this, we get rid of this. Okay. Okay. Right? Cleanse. Dodge, cleanse, cantrip. So it's gonna be a really loaded dodge. Cleanse 1. Not gonna be super cleanse, right? Because the dodge cleanse can be really good against like Basilisk or like anything that screws you over super hard. Right. And then I think that's all the tier 2s. So let's go to I need a reference. Hey, game. Alright, let's look at these amazing tier 2 people. Specifically the blue guys, because they're funny looking. Alright, we got the Jester. He's a funny haha man. It's real nice. Glacia, Ice Lady, has some shield, high health. Like, I believe highest health out of all of these, like 7, 6, 6. Yeah, the second highest is 7, whereas Glacia has 9. That's the main upside of picking Glacia, is because she has high health. Or at least they have. I don't know. Gender, whatever. I don't know. But high health. Also the weaken, chill, weaken. It makes sense. Like thematically, it makes sense. As for me, I don't know. I guess I think what I'm gonna do is something like akin to Rampage, right? Gain. I don't know what the spell's gonna be called. I'll just put question mark. 2 mana, 1 damage. Rampage. Or gain 2 mana on kill. It's less efficient than say a burst. Probably as I say less efficient. Actually, yeah, just straight up less efficient than burst. Or okay, I do 1 mana, 1 damage, gain 1 mana on kill. Could be something. Like because Vine is 1 damage and 1 heal, right? So, maybe. Very, very, very helpful for like mana train killing. Like, I think illusions. So this is really good against illusions. It's basically you make at least 1 mana and you have this, and you have illusions on the field. Just pop the illusions. Unless illusions are immune to. Hold up. Are illusions immune? No, they're not immune to magic. Yeah, you can just kill them. There you go. Oh, I didn't mean to close that. Yeah, illusion not immune, so it's fine. Oh, not that. Browser. There you go. What should the name of this be? I don't know. What should the name of this thing be? You know what? I don't think I need to care about the name. It's just a name, sir. You don't need to care. It's fine. Also, I was a little distracted by a DM, which I'll probably look into later. I need to put that in another tab. Oh, okay. Now we get to wait. Oh, I didn't decide the health for orange. Hold up. I believe Juggler has. How much health does Juggler have? 6 or 7? This is basically whatever Juggler has. Boy. Nope, too far down. Juggler. 7. Okay, well, you have 7 health. Alright. Orange, tier 2, Kiyo has 7 HP. 7, 8, 8. 7, 6. Okay. Very respectable, in my opinion. And then tier 3. We're gonna start with yellow again because I'm very hyped for yellow. All right, I already had a thing planned out right here. 2 damage growth rampage. All right, this is really good. All right. This time, let's look at. Oops, not that. Okay, copy and pasta. There you go, pasta. 2 damage rampage, which no, we're gonna delete those. 2 shield cleave, and then there was something else. A 1 damage self shield self heal cantrip. Okay, there we go. This is what I was looking for. So 1 damage self shield self heal cantrip, right? This is also gonna have mana gain. This is gonna have keywords off the wazoo. And then as for the rest of these, honestly, I think it's just gonna be the self shield, like a damage self shield and a cleave shield, right? Yeah. This time we're gonna put this in a whole line here. So 3 damage self shield, right? And then you have a 2. It was a 2 shield cleave. All right, in this case this is a 2. This is still gonna be 2 shield, Not shy. Not shielded. Shielded, guys. What's a shielded? Actually, what is a shielded? If it's even a thing. Shielded. Shielded. Shield. Ransomware virus. Okay, well, no. We're not creating viruses. No. Shield. Cleave. Cleanse. This is gonna be a huge, like, cleanse kind of deal. Just can be really good for your team. We're still gonna keep it at 4. This is fine. I believe, there's at least one yellow tier 3 that has only 4. 3, 5, 6, 6, 3. Okay, not you. Okay, you have 4. Yeah. But that's what we're doing. Yellow is I just really like 2 damage growth rampage. Okay. I mean, I could put a growth rampage on the right. I guess. Where would I put this? I want to put this on the middle or right side. I guess I'm gonna keep it like that. Okay, no. Actually, yeah, I feel cantrip is more specifically in the middle. We put it to the left, I feel like it's gonna be bloated to hell. Right? So I think we're gonna keep it like that. But I don't want my yellow to be OP. Right? Alright. Gray. Gray is going to be a very interesting one. Redirect self-shield 3. I think now we're just gonna boost these 2. We're gonna do more damage. You have more shield or repel. Instead of shield rescue, we're gonna have death immunity. So one person's gonna be immune to death. It's gonna be nice. We're gonna put it to the right side. And then the shield boost is gonna be a cleave. Actually, 2 shield cleave. Oop. There you go. So 1 shield cleave boost. So that means this will boost 3 people. Although this includes yourself, which is not great, but still. Redirect self shield 3. That's fine. I think that's what we're gonna do. There's a cleave. Basically, we're gonna have more AoE. And then cleanse. We're gonna have cleanse as a thing as well. And then yeah, I think that's gonna be it for a gray. Right? So now we have a cleanse. We can shield cleave repel, so that probably will hit like a lot of people, right? So that's tons of damage, actually. In that case, it is a ton of damage. So I might do 1 shield cleave boost. I think that's too much damage. I think we have to change it to 3. Or have one of them be 3 shield repel and then 2 shield cleave. Maybe. Maybe. Yeah, I think I'm gonna change it to just 3 shield repel. If I do 2 cleave, I feel like that might do too much damage to AoE people, right? I mean, that's fine, but still, it's gonna be ridiculous, right? Like someone's doing a super big. Wait. Shield 2 all allies repel. Maybe. We're decreasing a lot of our consistency though. Right? Because that's obviously going to be extremely powerful, right? 3 shield repel. Or I should say 2 shield. Okay. So if we did it like that, first off, we'd have to do that. Okay. So 2 shield cleave repel, or all heroes repel. That's gonna do 10 damage to any enemy that's doing damage to you, right? If that's how it works. So, I mean, it counters things, so you know what? I think I'm gonna keep it like that. I think I'm gonna keep it like that. Yeah, I think I'm gonna keep it like that. I know I'm decreasing my consistency, but I think we're gonna keep it like that. And then death immunity. So it's we're gonna look quite a bit like the Valkyrie. Which, for those of you who don't know, it's not in here yet. There it is. Except Valkyrie can revive, has death wish. So you could do potentially 8 damage as Valkyrie. It could be potentially really good. Shield 2 rescue, and then 2 people. I mean 2 prevent deaths, which is nice. All right. I think I'm gonna go for orange. I think orange is probably one of my other favorite ones. 1 damage from self shield mana. Okay, so this is tier 2. We're gonna remove this. We're gonna add more of these. And add poison to one of these, which I think is gonna be the one on the left, of course. Because usually the left side is usually a big damage. And in this case, we're gonna make this big damage. Dodge, cleanse, 1 cantrip, and we're gonna add a 1 reroll cantrip. It's gonna be even freaking more ridiculous. Actually, wait. Ah man, we need a. Now that's gonna look weird, but you know what? I guess for now we're gonna deal with it. So basically, orange is gonna be a huge cantrip. It's all cantrips. So every time we roll, we're gonna trigger one of these, and it's gonna feel great. self shield, mana gain, poison. So we poison an enemy for one of them. And then, yeah, it's gonna be great. Cleanse self. We can do cleanse self. Yeah, we'll do cleanse self. No, we already have a cleanse with the dodge. You know what? Never mind. 1 damage, self shield, mana gain, cantrip. I think yeah, those are fine. If I do anything else, it's gonna be redonkulous, right? No, this is just gonna be Cantrip City. And we're gonna love it. We're gonna get screwed by Basilisk so hard, but we're gonna love it. Alright. If we're not dealing with Basilisk, we're getting mana gain off the wazoo. We're dodging, or we're re-rolling. Alright. If we don't roll damage, we're either getting an extra re-roll or we're dodging. So if you also get any ability that adds +1 to like the middle, you're gonna have a good time. Red. Yes, red. How about red? What will red look like? Well, let's look at tier 2. This is what tier 2 looks like. Heal, shield, 1 mana gain. And I think we're probably just gonna increase that by 1. I know that's technically better than Surgeon already. but hear me out. Hear me out. I'm gonna get rid of one of these. We're gonna put it in itself. So self heal vitality. Heal shield 2. Mana gain vitality. Yeah, I'll do vitality for this. X. What is this? What am I hearing? I guess probably a conversation. BGM or ambience. I don't know. That's what it feels like to me. 2 damage, mana gain, self heal, and then three heal, cleanse. I think that's what we're doing, right? Or a 2 heal. 1 heal, all allies, cleanse. So that's basically just a full cleanse for whoever, or for all your allies. And then we have a mana gain, self heal. Basically, pretty consistently, I say, getting a mana gain, which is very nice. And I feel like you're seeing a consistency thing here. A lot of our classes or our colors for tier 3 is just 4. Oh yeah, and I'm liking it. Are you immune to death? Single use? Okay, this is gonna be a really weird one. First off, copy pasta. Oh yeah, how much health do you have? For the others. How much health does Dancer have? I'm gonna be comparing to specific people. So Dancer has 9. Okay. Alan has 10. Okay, 10, 12, 8, 10. 10, 9, 8. Huh. I think I might set it to 11. Or 12. Maybe 11. Yeah, I feel like 11. 11 for gray, 9 for orange, maybe 10 for, yeah, looking like 10 for yellow. How much for this? I'm assuming 10 also for red. It could be 9. So let me think. How much health does our tier 2s excuse me have? 6, 7, 8, 8, 7. So I think 9 for oh wait, Grant's 8. Nah, I think I'm still gonna keep it 11 though. So 9 HP, 10 HP, 11 HP. So that's one pro of being gray is you have 11. 9 HP, and oh yeah, there's a ridiculous thing that I was gonna have. Gain second chance. This is probably a run saver. Revive for oh, 5 mana. Revive 4. Gain gain 1 reroll. Single use. Because obviously reviving everyone else in your team is probably going to be really ridiculous, right? And you do need your red to live, because if your red dies, you can't use it. Can't use second chance. So if your red is the only one left, they can res everyone. Blue, I believe max health for blue is probably 9. I could be wrong, but I'm gonna check it out. All right. Ooh. 7, 7, 8, 9. Okay, 9, 8, 9. 9. Okay, so 9. Whether or not we want to do 9 is, I guess, the question. Let me look at tier 2s again. I did not mean to open File Explorer. Okay. 6, 7, 7, 8, 6. Okay, so I think we're gonna do 8. 8 HP. For blue, but we'll first off do our copy pasta of tier 2 into tier 3 for blue. We got some cantrip gross. Okay. In that case, cantrip growth, 1 damage mana gain cantrip, 2 damage mana gain self shield. I think this is also gonna be cantrip city. Except this is gonna be 2 damage mana gain cantrip. Gonna be here and here. This is gonna be 2 mana. Start with 2, and then nah, we're just gonna have growth for these. There's probably gonna be huge, but X and I want something in there. I want something in here, but I don't know what. So let's go back to the game. And let's find out what we can yoink from someone. Death? No. Dodge. Okay, dodge, maybe. I do like reroll, but I think reroll would make our character too powerful. We already have 3 cantrips. Yeah, like that. Like, this is what Sorcerer has, right? I think we're more powerful than Sorcerer. Right? Yeah, I think we're just more powerful than Sorcerer. Which in that case, we're gonna get rid of the 2 mana, or the, yeah, we're gonna get rid of the 2 mana cantrip growth. I'm gonna have a dodge and a reroll, I think. Or a copy. We could do a copy. Nah, we'll do a reroll. Or copy reroll. Okay. I need to look at the. Oh, I forgot to show this, but yeah, we're deleting the 2 mana cantrip growth on the left side. But we're gonna copy off of Chronos. We're gonna do. Target hero can use dice again in reroll. That's what we're gonna be doing. So, target hero uses dice again. And then, no, all lowercase. And then, 1 reroll. Cantrip. I think that's what we're doing. Alright. So blue is also Cantrip City. And I think for this, we're gonna do something nice. I don't know what the name of this is gonna be, but it's gonna be 2 mana. Turn all die. Target ally gains cantrip in all die results. Plus 1 reroll. And single use. That might be a little bit interesting. Or yeah, we're gonna be a little bit more consistent with the wording. 2 mana. I think we'll make this 3 mana. 3 mana. Target ally gains cantrip in all sides. Plus 1 reroll, but single use. Because we have rerolls here, I'm gonna reroll out the wazoo. It may be potentially really good, right? Ooh. Okay, I think that's pretty much everything. And I told you all this was gonna be a shorter one than usual because it's actually pretty easy to do. I could like look into it a little bit more. You know, let's look back at what we have. Tier 1, our orange is Cantrip City, kind of, not really, not a good one, but decent. 1 damage self shield cantrip, and then 1 damage cantrip. Middle. 2 dodges in top and bottom. 4 health. 6 health for yellow. Has lots of 1/1s, which is probably not looking great initially. But you do have a 1 damage cantrip, which can potentially help you out. 1 damage rampage can maybe help a lot. 1 damage self shield, which can be very helpful. Ray has only 4 sides, like actual usable sides. One of them being a redirect self shield 2, similar to Squire. 2 shield repels, which is probably very premier at tier 1. There's only 2 of them, and you only have 4 sides, and have a 1 damage focus, which is probably your bad result. I could technically also just do 2 redirect shield 2s, but I feel like that would copy too much out of Squire, so I'm not gonna do that. So we're gonna do that. 2 shield repel, and then red, 1 damage and mana gain, 1 damage self heal, heal 1 mana gain, heal 1 vitality on this row. Has 5 health, heal shield 1 for top and bottom. Basically, I don't do very much, similar to the yellow, except it has more consistency, but it does have heal, so it's less consistent. So a heal shield 1 is at turn 1, assuming everyone has full HP, is just gonna be a shield 1. 1 damage mana gain is nice. 1 damage self heal is just 1 damage for the what you call it. Sorry, I need a water. Sorry, I need water. You know what? It's like almost 3 hours in the stream, so let me redeem a self eval for you all. For those of you who don't know what that is, it's basically.
You want women to freaking love you?
I'll let that explain.
Go to fucking bed, take a shower, take good care of yourself, and self-care.
Just take care of yourself. That's basically self eval. All right. I don't want to see people falling asleep on their freaking desk. I don't want people feel like they need to potentially call 911 or whatever equivalent, so that you can be driven to the hospital. No, I don't want any of that. All right, take care of yourself, and you'll do fine. Anyway, also our red has protect, which we're just gonna name it protect. Could be a different name, I don't know. It costs 1 mana. Shield 1, cleanse. Right, it's single use on 1 person. Oh yeah, red is pretty much consistent. Has consistency, but doesn't do much as a tier 1. It does have 2 mana gain abilities. A heal that is useful always, but not amazing. A self heal, 1 damage, which is again helpful. So at turn 1, your best bet, or what you want to do, is probably 1 damage mana gain. This, what you see this, you're happy, right? Heal shield 1 isn't happy. Like, that's probably your worst one, but it's still not too bad either. It's like the fighter rolling their shield, right? And then blue, we did take flare from mage, but I mean, I like flare, and it kind of makes sense if you've seen my channel point icon. It looks like fire. That's on purpose. All right, I can use like a fire like ability. Is it fire element? If I feel like it's fire element, then yeah, it can be fire element. It can also be non-elemental as well. But yeah. Anyway, lore aside, flare for mana 5 damage, the usual. 5 health. It only has 3 sides that are actually good. 2 damage mana gain, which is premier and huge. 1 mana cantrip, 2 of those in 2 sides, and then everything else is blank. So good luck and high roll for blues if you're playing a tier 1 Kiyo blue. Alright, tier 2. We got our tier 2 orange, has 7 health, Cantrip City. Again. 1 damage, self shield mana gain. Cantrip. Let me add a comma here. There you go. So you're doing self shield mana gain, which it helps with mana, obviously. Dodge, cleanse 1 cantrip. So you now have a dodge that does cantrip. Unlike with the tier 1 orange, having 2 dodges. Tier 2 only has 1 dodge. However, it's a cantrip, so you don't have to roll it again. If you roll it, you're pretty much good. You can keep re-rolling, and you're good. And then you have a 2 damage poison single use, which is fine. It's there, maybe to help against a boss. It is only single use though, so be wary of that. And yellow, 8 HP. This one is also a little bit different from our tier 1 yellow, which is just 1 damage, just a lot of 1 damage stuff with self shield, a cantrip rampage, and then a cleave shield, right? Yellow is basically kind of similar to that. Yellow has 1 damage, the cantrip instead of just 1 damage, it now has self shield and self heal. So you're a little bit more tanky. If you took some damage, self heal would be helpful. Otherwise, you're getting another shield. And it's cantrip. 2 shield cleave, so basically +1. And then we now have 2 damage rampages. Or we have a rampage, but we now have 2 of them. And it's now 2 damage. Everything else is blink. So yellow is less consistent, or tier 2 is less consistent, but it has much more stuff going for its counterpart, or not counterpart. It's single result, right? 2 damage rampage probably could be better, but it's still real nice, right? Like it's basically, wait, let me go to Brawler, because Brawler was the guy that I used. Yeah, you have this already. Although Brawler's main thing, I'd say, is probably the self shield, but still good. As for our Gray tier 2. Okay, thank you for going down. Basically, it's just just +1 really. Okay, the 2 shield repel is basically the same. You're not getting any upgrades for offense. Actually, you're kind of getting a downgrade because you're losing out on the 1 damage focus. Instead, you're getting a 1 shield boost to someone. So you're giving someone a +1 buff, which is nice. Your redirect got a +1. And now you also have a 2 shield rescue. So your gray upgrade is, or my grade upgrade is more consistent, basically. More tanky and more consistent. That 2 shield rescue can absolutely save someone. Red, 7 health. It's pretty tanky for a red. 2 damage mana gain. I got 2 damage self heal. So we're taking a page off of. Actually, this is kind of a just +1 for some of these. So the heal shield. Oop, that's tier 3. Heal shield 1 is now also getting mana gain for both of them. But it does we're removing the heal 1 mana gain here. So we no longer have this. And now it's heal 1 vitality cleanse. And that's it. Yeah, we basically removed 1 side, but we made every other side better, basically. That's basically red at tier 2. Blue is now interesting. There's growth on her mana cantrip. However, I mean, you still have 2 mana cantrips. one of them has 1 damage tacked onto it, which can be nice. And this one has growth attached to it. And now we also have a 2 damage mana gain self shield, which is a upgrade to our regular 2 damage mana gain from tier 1 blue. It is on the right side and not the left side, which I might change. But I feel like if I set it there, if I put it here, I feel like this would be super strong if I set it in the left side, which is why I'm putting it on the right side, not the left side, because there's quite a bit of items I've seen. They give a lot of left side bonuses. I could tell you them right now, or maybe I can like look at them on the top of my head. I don't know what these are. Toy sword. What is toy? Replace the rightmost side with 0 damage. I mean, there are some abilities that can actually bond certificate. So okay, I have a story to say about this, or I should say a story about a specific run, a pre-generated or a generated run. I think it was on easy or normal. Defeated. Oh, I think it's this one. I had a guy. I think it's this one that had. Well, you know what? Guess what I had. For those of you who know how to play this game, guess what I had in this orange guy. What did Kiyo have in his orange? This is 8 days ago. I didn't really play much generate, but yeah. All right, you don't have to talk all at once, but I'll just tell you. Not actually, that's not the one. Hold up. Wait, where is it? It should be generate. It was a defeat. Okay, it might be this one. Okay, I think it was this one. Nope, it's not that one either. Nope. I swear. I swear. Okay. Oh yeah, we want this one, but no, it's not that one. Not this one. Which one is it? Not that one. No. I was defeated by no, I was defeated by an Alpha Wolf, I think. Because I didn't have damage. Maybe it was on easy then. No, easy victory. No. Oh. Oh, that explains. Okay. I was wondering how we won with this. Oh, well, that too. Oh yeah. Oh, this too. Okay, yeah. Okay, now I remember what happened here. But I guess maybe it was in is it custom party? Because I had a generated guy and we lost. No. Classic? Easy. No. No, wasn't this. I swear. Wait. No, it's not this either. Okay. No. I swear, there was a guy. I had a playthrough where there was okay. It was one of these pre-generated guys. Alright? It was a pre-generated or it was a generated orange. Oh my god, okay. Did on hard. No? Oh my goodness. Okay, what mode is it then? Curse? No, I never played Curse. Instant? No. It was a classic. But okay, I guess because I don't see it anymore. It was a I keep saying pre. It was a generated orange with. This is also fun too. 7 damage, straight up. But it was a guy with 5 dodges and a 1 damage mana gain. And he was dumb. We lost though, because he had no damage. Okay, no, I remember now. No, we lost against the 3 sisters. Yeah, no, it was the 3 sisters that we lost against. Or that I lost against. I don't know. I don't know why it didn't show, but yeah. I think it was a generate. It might have been a generate. Yeah, I feel like it was this one. Or maybe it was a different color. Okay. Maybe it's not you, but it was someone else. No, it wasn't you. And sure as heck ain't you. Oh my god. I swear, guys. Alright? There was a guy that just dodges off the wazoo. I guess I'll never find out. But oh wait. Wait. It might be this one. No, it's not this one. Never mind. I don't know then. But basically, it was fun. I could basically just keep re-rolling. Oh, red or not red. Orange is dying. Oh, dodge. Oh, people are attacking orange. Free turn, dodge. But that didn't last because the rest of everyone else kind of sucked. They had no damage and barely any mana gen. Or actually, no, the mana gen was good. It was just that at the time, I think our blue and our red died really early on because we didn't have shield. So we couldn't do much. But yeah, it was interesting. Anyway, we were talking about mana cantrip growths. Yeah, all that stuff. So basically, we'd probably be about like a, I guess Fiend would probably be our closest. It's like a mix of Fiend with the cantrip, Sparky, excuse me, with the damage mana gain, a tankier Sparky, and yeah, tanky Sparky with a low damage ability, right? Because it's 1 mana cantrip growth, 1 damage mana gain cantrip, and then 2 damage mana gain sub shield. So maybe a little bit like Caldera. No, it's more like Sparky. Sparky's 2 damage mana gain, extra stuff, but way less consistent than all of these fools, right? We only have 3 sides. These guys have 5. Although Sparky's sides feel like it's 3, because this is kind of yeah. But yeah. Actually, Caldera has pretty decent ones, 2 damage to all damage enemies, which could be a problem if you don't have any. If you have range or backline enemies, they're gonna be a problem. And then burn can be pretty nice. You're gonna need a lot of healing though, but it is nice. How much does it cost? 1? Yeah, it costs 1. So yeah, you gain an ability that just basically does 1 damage. It costs 1 mana, but you do gain 1 mana back when you kill. So basically, if someone's at 1 health and you use this, you get a mana back. You basically just use this ability to execute. That's it. It's like Rampage, except 1 damage and it's a spell. What are you gonna call this? What do we call this? Let me look at a monster real quick. The specific monster. Boss, quote unquote monster. Mana Glutton. Okay, that's called Mana Glutton. So whenever you hit someone, or when you hit one of the healths that has this icon, we get 1 mana. I believe there is an enemy that also gives this as well. Wisp? Infused. Okay. This one's called Infused instead, but yeah. So in that case, I think it's just gonna be. We're gonna call it. We're gonna call it Soul Steel. I know it sounds edgy as hell. Welcome to Kiyo. Kiyo can be edgy, usually. Speaking of edgy, I did post a meme like a long while back, explaining like how like people expect me to be like, oh yeah, I'm a Minecraft Roblox freaking player who rages a lot, probably plays like Apex or Valor. But meanwhile, actual Kiyo, I strategize, I vibe, I'm edgy sometimes, and yeah, I'm a thinker, man. I don't know what I'm doing sometimes, but I think. All right, thinking will get you places. All right. All right, tier 3. Let's talk about tier 3. Orange Cantrip City. Here you go, actual Cantrip City. This is probably a ridiculous Cantrip City. It's so ridiculous I'm actually gonna look at tier 3 oranges, because it might be that ridiculous. Dancer does have Pain, Rampage, AoE, reroll 1 damage cantrip. It does have it has a 3 damage. It does have a dodge. Dodge, insta kill. It's 5. It's execute. 3 damage range, not bad. 2 damage range copycat. Ludus is just you roll a 1d6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I love how it's sided like correctly too. Because if you were to flip the dot, like turn this into an actual like paper die, like if this was like a whole like piece of paper, like the cross, it'll be like 1 and 6 on the opposite sides, 2 and 5 on opposite, and 3, 4 on opposite. So yeah, 3, 4 opposite, 1, 6 opposite, 2, 5 opposite. As you fold this like up the side, this up this side, 3 down this side, 1 in this side, and then 2 is on the top, right? But I like the detail of that. I mean, granted, that's the point of Lewis, but still. Roulette, 2 damage cantrip. Actually has a very, very interesting like thing here. Like big damage. It does not have a reroll. So I might actually get rid of the reroll. Assassin. I don't know how I feel about Assassin. Like, I see Assassin every time. Like, you see that my pick rate for Assassin is 0. It does have a poison, right? Like if you pick between Assassin and not Venom, or someone that doesn't have poison, I don't know if Dablist has anything. I know this is Dablist, but I've never seen it. Yeah, if you don't have Venom and you do want to do some poison shenanigans, I guess Assassin is someone you would pick. Still, doesn't feel that amazing. I guess the 3 damage Cruel can be also very nice. I guess Assassin is like the all-rounder pick. Like if you need the poison for the boss, you need big boy damage. You got 2 damage range engage for the backliners that are gonna be problematic later on. Whereas Sharp Shot is basically an execute. It takes the execute from the Trapper, which is here 4. Actually, yeah, it goes pretty in line with most of these. Obviously, Dabbler is not Ludus because there's a Dablist, but mostly in line. So yeah, I think I might change our orange. I mean, granted, technically we don't care about how balanced it is, where my tier 3s are, but still, I'm gonna change it anyway because I do at least have some care about balance. So we're gonna get rid of the reroll. And we're gonna dodge cleanse 1 cantrip. We're gonna have a blank on the right side. And I think that's fine. You know what? We're gonna get rid of the everything here. Self heal. So we're gonna just be loading this with a lot of keywords, right? Self heal, self shield, mana gain, poison. Engage. I mean, I could just do mana gain, engage, poison. Yeah, I think that's what we're gonna do. 1 damage, engage, mana gain, poison. And then everything else is just fine, right? Like 1 damage, self shield, mana gain. Or we could just do 1 damage, mana gain. No, yeah. We're gonna get rid of the self shield. Just gonna add some commas. Yeah. I think that's gonna be what we have. It's gonna suck if you roll badly, but still, it is what it is. And you're probably gonna have an item that gives you something on the right side anyway, so. Orange. There you go, that's our orange. 1 damage, mana gain, cantrip. Maybe make one of them not that great. So 1 damage cantrip. Yeah. We gotta have a bad result, right? In fact, I feel like we need a risk. We need more risk. And that's what we're gonna do here. One damage, engage, mana gain, poison. Or we could do 2 damage, mana gain, poison. Nah. That's what we're gonna do. Is based on our tier 2. We're also gonna get rid of that. Dodge, cleanse 1 cantrip. Do we need cleanse? Nah, it's fine. Yeah, it's fine. There's only 4 results there. 2 damage, single use poison. Now with tier 3, this is no longer going to be single use, so this is now, you're now more consistent. 1 damage cantrip as well. Or shield. We could do shield one. One shield. Self shield. Maybe? You know what? Yeah, we'll do one shield. And we're gonna do a cleanse with that. And then we're gonna turn the dodge into a cantrip. Maybe? Nah. It's fine. Then we'll just do one shield. Like, it's not useless, but it's something. It's your bad result, I guess. Cantrip City still, but not bad. Yellow. Got our 2 damage growth rampage. Hence, we're doing this because of the memes. Alright, I love this. 1 damage, self-shield, self-heal mana gain cantrip. This is just another Cantrip City ability. Very loaded. 3 damage, self-shield. Just it's a pretty simple one. Just hit, shield. And then a 2 shield, cleave, cleanse. So we just got some like target 3 guys. One of them, actually no, one of them cannot be. It doesn't have to be yourself, because you might target the people in the bottom, the red, blue. So you would have to target red, so you maximize your AOE. Unless blue doesn't need help, which in that case, you just target gray and you cleave cleanse yourself too. But it's nice, cleave cleanse. However, you do only have 4 results, so you could roll nothings, and nothings are bad. And gray is looking a little bit weird. How's the homework going? We're actually done. I'm just checking my work, you know, as most honor students would probably do, right? So we got our gray 11 HP. We did correct our homework, right? Like, we corrected our oranges because our oranges are too incorrect and unhinged. So we changed it to not be super ridiculous, right? 2 damage growth rampage. Yeah, I think this is fine. Yellows. Gray, we have our redirect, self shield 3, cleanse. Basically, we're taking a page from tier 2 gray, and we're like, okay, just add cleanse. 2 shield, all heroes repel. This is probably our big damage. We did remove the ability to get 2 shield repels. So now it's here, and you have the potential to do a ton of damage to one person, because they could be doing an AOE, and that's I don't know if that's how it works. If it doesn't, then it's a 2 shield AOE. But if it does work like that, then you have the potential to do tons of damage. But we're still keeping it regardless of how it works. 1 shield cleave boost for just the big boost on someone. Unfortunately for the gray, you are for sure hitting yourself with this shield, because ideally you're going to be targeting either yellow or red so that you do the AoE. The cleave is basically you target anyone above or below that person also gets targeted. So yellow, if I target yellow, orange and gray will be targeted. If I target orange, however, it's not gonna loop down to blue, right? It'll just do orange and yellow, because there's no one above orange, all right? Because this game is not a play. This game is flat. It's not like Earth, right? It doesn't you don't like go around the world, so you can't just loop down, all right? It's like with like taking a piece of paper, for example, right? like this is a page, right? I go up a page. I'm not looping to the same page, right? Like gray 11 HP at the bottom, the note is at the top. Okay, I scroll up. Oh no, this is blue. This is the previous page. Right? If I were to go back to like first page and I scroll up, I can't. Okay. All right. That's that. And then we have a death immunity one. Target ally gains death immunity. Oh, I should say target hero, because you can target yourself. It's very similar to Valkyrie's death immunity. Death immunity? Yes, death immunity. Cannot be killed this turn. Basically. That's a gray. Tier 3. That type pretty good. Has damage. Damage, boostio, potential, cleanse, redirect, and then death immunity, which is huge. Again, a little inconsistent because there's 4 X's, but it is what it is, right? Red. Red. Oh yeah, actually I didn't explain red and blue, did I? Oh, I did. I did explain red and blue for tier 2. Red gains an Undying ability, which is a spell that costs 2 mana and makes a target immune to death, but it is single use. Soul Steal, 1 mana, does 1 damage, and you get a mana on kill. So you use it to execute. That's why it's called Soul Steal. But you kill them, you get a mana. Steal their soul. Turn it into mana. Alright. Red. This one has second chance, which is huge. 5 mana. If for some reason you're able to hold 5 mana, or you're storing 3 mana and you gain 2 mana, you can use this to revive 4 people. You get 1 reroll and single use, and that's real nice because this basically says, oh, everyone except red is dead. All right, if you have 5 mana for some reason, there you go. Use it now. It's probably not going to be possible, so I'm probably going to put 4 mana, right? But you're usually probably like storing 2 mana, not 3. So I have to change it to 4, but it is single use. The Z. So don't bother. Okay. 4 mana, single use. How do I? What would be a? Okay. Well, now this is the actual homework part. All right, keywords. Death wish, dispel, double use, drink dual. Nope. Inflict death. Oh, add death. Okay, no. Vulnerable underdog. ×2 if the target has more HP than you. I have never seen this before. Sling, add underdog to the bottom side. Huh. I've never seen that before. Terminal. ×2 versus targets on 1 HP. Spell rescue. Causes refund if it saves a hero. I've never seen that. Strand. Okay. I have never seen that before. Cost is refunded. Okay. That's really nice. Triple. ×3 if it has the same value as the 2 previously used dice this turn. Skill up. Supposed to use the hero. No. Something else. Right? 1 for each unused ally they skip this turn. No. I guess it's not a key term. So yeah, it's not a key term. That's unfortunate. Because I wanted. Wait, actually, there might be one. Except, I think it's called drink. Drink. Discard all your potion. Okay, no, it's discard potion. Yeah. Because I'm trying to look for a key term or a keyword that means you can only use this for one run. And the single use is one for every round. The rest of the run after use. Right? So that's gonna be what red is. It's huge, but it is something. It has less consistency than actually, yeah. Tier 1 has consistency, then tier 2 is like bigger stuff but less consistency, and then this is even bigger stuff but even less consistency. So as you can see that I would prefer having power over consistency. Which does mean that you're gonna have these moments where everything's gonna suck. But it is what it is. If you roll something, you're probably gonna stick with it. That's usually how it is for my characters in different tiers so far, except for orange. In Orange's case, just keep rolling, unless you really want a specific thing. But or if you're blue, 8 HP. Gain a spell that costs 3 mana. Target ally gains cantrip in all sides. Well, unless you're blue, unless you have a blue Kiyo tier 3 that uses whatever this spell is called. Alright. Plus 1 reroll and single use. I don't know what to call this. Gamble? Is there a thing called gamble? In here? Let me look at tier. Oh, this here. Draw. Shield 1 boost. Target gets +1 to all sizes too. No. Draw blades. Miasma. Warlock. Blaze. Yeah, Warlock's pretty nice. Blaze. Okay. Inspire. Inspire. Harvest. Kill an enemy exactly 1 HP. Oh. Oh no, but it's cooldown. Okay. Okay, I was like, oh, this looks so much like our tier 2 guy. But no, this is on a cooldown. But you get 3 mana. So it can prep for something huge, right? Whereas our other one, our soul snatch or whatever it's called, can't set up that, right? You use it, you only gain 1 back instead of 3. Crush is also nice, and then Chronos has slow. I guess the upside for this is that it doesn't. It's not single use, whereas Glacier's is single use. Yeah, single cast. Oh yeah, single cast. I should probably use their keywords, right? Use Tan's keywords. Single cast. Single use would mean cannot use for the rest of the run after use. Right? And then blue has a lot of damage, mana gain, growth, cantrip. So also has a lot of cantrips similar to orange. And then it has a target hero can use their die again. So that's basically, yeah, this is basically our 15, I guess, heroes. Whether or not they're good or they're too good, I mean, if for some reason Tan decided to add whatever this is in the game. Okay, yeah, sure. You know what? We'll pad time. I will make a name for these. Okay. Tier 1, orange. What would it mean? No. Let's go for yellow first. No, gray. I don't know. Like, Guardian has already been taken, so I can't really use Guardian, right? So I guess Bodyguard for tier 1. Yellow is going to be I don't know. Red is I don't know. Like, it's a lot of like things that I don't know what to pick for these. Right? Because I can't do Spellblade because Spellblade's already a thing. It's a tier 2 orange. Like, there's a lot of like names I can't use because of that. So I'll just go until I'm like, okay, this is what I want, right? Shroud. We call tier 1 orange Shroud. Tier 2 gray. Hold up. I have a name for a tier 3 one. Trying to think whether it should be yellow or gray. It's gonna be called Hero, but I'm trying to think which one. I probably gray, just because it saves people and it does damage. So I'll do Hero for gray, tier 3 gray. Tier 3 orange. I don't know. I guess for yellow. Wait, I can use. Okay, I'm gonna reference other stuff. All right. This is a reference off of the D&D one. I'm picking Indomitable. Red. I still don't know what red is. Orange. Orange can be I don't know. I don't know. What can orange be? I don't, for at least the other tiers. You have Shroud as tier 1 for orange. Guys, I don't want to just pick like warrior, right? But I mean, it kind of fits. I feel like warrior want to do more damage, right? No, I don't want to say just guard. Actually, we'll do guard for tier 1, and then tier 2 we'll just say bodyguard. Right? I am gonna be. Oh wait, I realize I'm not showing it. But it's not like you guys care, right? Okay, let's look at the names. Warden. Okay, so we can't name it Warden. Monk, Statue, Knight, Armorer, and then Stalwart. Ah, Stalwart's a thing. Granite, Paladin, Poet, Keeper, Valkyrie, and Twin. This one's an interesting one. I feel like with Twin, you're gonna need very specific items, right? Because you do get 2 people with Twin. It's just that you really need items for him, I'd say. I didn't realize I picked Prophet 2 out of 3 times. I barely see Prophet. I don't know if I won with Prophet, but yeah, I guess. I may have. Maybe once. But I don't remember using Prophet very much at all. And I picked Fate once, apparently. Once in my entire lifespan. Okay. Okay. Just making sure what you guys are seeing. If I'm explaining something from the game, it was like, oh, I'm explaining about Glacia, but you're seeing the seeing this, you're seeing like the spreadsheet, feel free to use exclamation baka, because that will get me knowing, okay, Kiyo, you're being stupid, you're showing us the wrong thing. Because absolutely do feel free to use the triggered stuff more often, because I do have a lot of interactive stuff, right? Okay, tier 2 orange. I think with tier 2 blue, we'll just Soul Blade. And then tier 1, Firebrand. You know what? Yeah, Firebrand. Firebrand, Soul Blade, and I'll think about it later. Okay, oh, this is tier 2. I mean, I could call it Guardsman. Right? Is Guardsman a thing? I need to check. Guardsman. Art thou a thing? No, that's a veteran. It's leader. Warden, no. I always forget about freaking Senyu. Because I don't really, excuse me, I don't really use Senyu. Just because a 1 damage cleave chain is kind of eh. You gotta rely on someone else having cleave, I guess is the issue. Or chain. Scrapper, Whirl, Brute, Collector, Berserker, Gladiator, and Soldier. Okay, we can't use Soldier, which is a little unfortunate. I guess we can use Guard. Okay, Guard. And then for tier 2, or sorry, tier 2 will be Guardsman. And then I guess Recruit could be yellow, tier 1. Recruit, then Guardsman. Guard. Oh, Watcher. Watcher for tier 1. Okay. I don't know what to do with red. Like, red is basically just, we're making, or at least for tier 1, it's just damage, mana gain, like, it's just 1, and then there's like 2 things attached to it, like 1 heal shield, 1 damage mana, 1 damage heal, 1 heal shield, 1 heal mana, 1 heal vitality, right? So I have to think a little bit more on this. Like, what would be a good name for this? If you have names, feel free to say them. Is that I don't got nothing. Because I'm not gonna say like red mage, for example. 'Cause, no. I think I'm gonna skip it then. Tier 2. So tier 2 orange is basically we're adding some mana gain. Right? Yeah, we're just adding mana gain to all this fun stuff. So, let's think. How would we do this? Orange. Orang. Tier 2 orange. So, we have mana and cantrips. We also have some poison. So, what would be a good name for that? Someone who dodges, moves around a lot, has mana. I guess this could be red mage, but I don't know. Is there another term for red mage other than like spellblade? Other names for red mage. Red magician. I don't want to say spell sword either. Nah, I guess I'm gonna come back to it. Blue, red. Okay, so we have guardsman, and then we have general. We could do general, but I feel like general implies that you have to be a leader. So, oh well. I guess we'll keep Indomitable for now. Show cantrip. I guess we'll do incognito. We just use our use this thing from our D&D spreadsheet. I'm not. You guys aren't seeing the D&D spreadsheet. I don't even see it either. I'm just trying to remember from what I had. Blue for blue is gamble. In that case, if it's called gamble, we're not gonna call it gambler. I think I might call this one Soul Blade. No. You know what? I'm gonna make up edgy names. All right, Brave Soul. Brave Soul. I don't know why it's called Brave Soul. Let's just call it Brave Soul. Red. I don't know. Actually, wait. I just realized Donde está? Oh, no, it's okay. I was like, where's our damage for red? Oh, it's right here. Never mind. Hmm. Guardsman, Bodyguard, Soul Blade, Firebrand. I don't want. I can't use Initiate either because Initiate's already a thing. Yeah. I know something. Okay, thank you, Solasta. Okay, Shadowcaster. Shadowcaster. Okay, for those of you wondering why I say Shadowcaster, there's a thing called Shadowcaster in Solasta. Also, oh frick, I forget, freaking, Extra Life does this like embedding thing. But yeah, it's basically a rogue subclass that also uses magic. So, Shadowcaster. Okay, in that case, I'm gonna got Solasta. Alright, I'm gonna have Solasta on the side, and I'm gonna look at all the subclasses. Maybe they'll give me something nice, right? Alright. Firebrand. Right, okay, so let's go to... find like Cleric or something. Kindred? Maybe. I guess we could do Kindred for red. Oh, nope, not header. Kindred. So we have tier 1, we have a Shroud, Recruit, Watcher, Kindred, and a Firebrand. It's probably not. I should probably name it something else though. It's Firebrand is, I mean, yes, you have Flare, but still. You know, I'll keep Firebrand for now. Shadowcaster, Guardsman, Bodyguard. We don't know what the red name is, and something else. I don't know. Alright, I'm gonna go back to I'm gonna go to Solasta just in this side of my screen. Let's see. Oh, Champion. You know what? Let's set it. We'll change Indomitable to Champion. And then Ocean, Motherland, no. No. What's Darkweaver? Oh, okay. Canis Lore Master, Green Mage. No. Cleric is just different domains. I don't know. I guess the freaking the red names is just eluding me. I don't know what to name it. So basically what I'm trying to think of a name. So if we can't think of a name, it's fine. Just look at what we have so far. So we have heal. And again. You have three, heals, mana gains, and damage. So what's someone that can do all three of those? I know Dabbler can technically do all three of those. But no, we can't say Dabbler. We can't just use a name that's already existing on the game. In that case, you have Kindred as our first one. So if we have Kindred, then that means we'll just maybe do a bigger form of Kindred. Like what like find a synonym for Kindred, and like yeah, I'll just find a okay, if we can find one. Or just find a similar word to Kindred. And then yeah. What about Kindred noun? Okay. No. Scion. Okay. We'll do Scion. Or, ooh. Progeny? What's progeny? Okay. Progeny and then Scion for, tier 3. There you go. And then for the other ones, do we need to do any other ones? Oh no, that's it. Yeah. Okay, we did it. We did it, guys. We did the thing. I think the only thing I'd say I want to change is Firebrand. Firebrand feels like a weird name. Okay, what about... Okay, I'm gonna search up Spellblade. Like, I could do Spell Sword. Runeblade? No, Runeblade doesn't feel right. Okay. What about synonyms for, like, initiate? Synonyms. As in to establish? No, I want the noun. What's a noun? There's a noun, right? What? Noun. No? Yeah, no. Thesaurus.com. No, it's not Thesaurus. This is Merriam-Webster. Okay, thesaurus.com. Alright, initiative. Okay, initiate noun. Synonyms. Maybe that'll I guess we'll do prodigy. So yeah, we'll do prodigy. And I can't think of anything else. This it makes sense for prodigy just because the 2 damage mana gain is huge, and then the cantrips can be also huge. It's basically 2 mana. If you get it. So yeah, prodigy. I think it works. Alright, now I think we're done, right? Okay, recruit, okay, Shroud, Recruit, Watcher, Kindred, Prodigy. is our tier 1s. Shadowcaster, which I think this is probably the least sure about, is Shadowcaster. Maybe just Shadower. Yeah, we'll just do Shadower. Shadower, Guardsman, Bodyguard, Progeny, and Soulblade. And then tier 3 of Incognito. I'm gonna keep that name. Champion, Hero, Scion, and Brave Soul. Yeah. I think that's what we're gonna have. And I'm looking at the time. I did say I said it was gonna be early, but it turns out it's actually not that early. Dang. Oof. Yeah. Okay, I'll make it up to you guys. All right. For Tuesday. Okay, let me look at Tuesday. What's on Tuesday? Oh, the last day of the month. Okay. Tuesday I will try to first let me open GIMP or open my schedule thing, because I think I had something prepped, like I already like pre-did the schedule for next week. I want to see what I had planned. Oh, I already had Slice and Dice planned. Okay. So yeah, next Tuesday I will for sure be playing Slice and Dice. I might do a Gorilla stream on Monday and do Slice and Dice as well. We'll see what happens. Oh yeah, right. I do also want to announce, because we have reached the 169 follower goal. I know you guys now see a 200 follower goal, but before we had a 169 follower goal, and we did reach it. I appreciate all those who followed and helped out with that. I really appreciate it. It means a lot more than you think. Because as I grow, I'm gonna grow, more people want to watch me and stuff. I will absolutely for sure do more, like probably reveal more Kiyo lore, do more like stuff involving Kiyo lore, because I'm gonna tell you right now, Kiyo lore is actually kind of complicated and doesn't just involve Kiyo. All right, it's like a lot more people than just Kiyo, unfortunately. So that means I would probably have to like do different models, like commission all that, and yeah, that's gonna be interesting. But yeah, thank you all so much for supporting me. Really, it's been a huge pleasure. Like seeing like more people do want to see me do whatever ridiculous stuff I'm doing right now. And yeah, next Saturday we're gonna be doing some acapella improv karaoke. I don't know what the hell I'll be singing. So maybe I'll post in my Discord. See like, oh hey, what do you all want to hear me sing? You know, you guys want to talk about Discord. Here's my Discord. If you want to see me talk about things more openly, and you might get some Discord priority for like knowing certain things earlier than people on Twitter or YouTube or here, really, for that matter. So there you go. You want to join Discord? That's the link. And yeah. Is there any other announcements I want to say? Next month's Kiyo-Sekai. I don't know what I want to do for next month's Kiyo-Sekai. So if you're in Discord, you'll probably find out earlier than everyone else, but I'll think of something. Next Tuesday is, like I said, Slice and Dice, because I'm for sure doing it because I thought I was gonna have time to play Slice and Dice, but turns out no, I don't. Thursday is gonna be where I do VTuber design art. I still haven't finished it yet. I will be doing, I think, 3 more designs. I think I got the yeah, I have D's design, which I had to do last because it's because he wanted to make a his character based on something else, which means I am making art for another person. as like a VTuber, so I can't do that. Or I had to do it last. We have the person controlled by a sentient hat as one of the design ideas, and the other one being a cowboy that uses wands. I was very hyped for that one, but like when I first saw it, but then I was like, oh no, I forgot what I wanted to do. Same for the person controlled by the hat. That one was also unfortunately something that I forgot what I was gonna do. But it is what it is. Well, hopefully I'll remember and it'll be great. But if I don't, it's gonna suck. Also, I noticed that this thing says January 2nd. Okay, there you go. I'm looking at my schedule. Like it's you guys don't see it, and I want you guys to not see it. I mean, I can make you guys see it, right? I need to make sure whether or not you can. You should be able to. Okay, now you guys just, yeah, you guys didn't see it. But yeah, if you saw that, then there you go. There you go. You saw the schedule. Congratulations. But yeah. Look forward to that. So we basically just have next week planned already. Now that I think about it, I could just post a schedule now, but nah, I still haven't done certain things because I always like for my schedules. I always put stuff in it. So if we go to last week's schedule for myself, right? Let me go to the tweet. Image a new tab, right? If you look at Twitter, you would see like I have like certain like memes. Like I always put like a meme post here. Like for this one is insert Mume propaganda here because I did post on Twitter that I was like, oh wait, this is like it was a no context Kiyo quote. It was like, oh wait, is this Mume propaganda? And turns out I realized like that it is, in a sense. I'm not gonna specify what I mean. If you're on Discord, you probably know what I mean, but if you're not, then, well, you gotta find out for yourself. Maybe join the Discord. I don't know, you wanna find out? Because I have a lot of things like, oh, I'm not gonna tell you, hush hush. Join specific things, okay? But yeah, like if you wanna like hang around, like sometimes I vibe in the lobby VC in my Discord. Sometimes I don't do it very much though, and I need to do it more. But the fact that I'm not doing it more means that I am working on things, or I'm just wanting to be on my own. So that's a good thing, I'd say. That I'm actually doing things. Yeah. But yeah. Thank you all so much for joining me, and shut up. Thank you. And as always, make sure to worry about yourselves and take care of yourselves. Have a wonderful life, everyone. It's actually been a very interesting Kiyo-Sekai. Thank you so much for joining me, and as always, worry about yourselves and take care of yourselves. Have a wonderful life, everyone. Let's go raid out. I'm probably gonna be taking showers and doing stuff, so I'm probably not gonna stay. I'm just gonna be lurking, but it is what it is. I copy pasta and I will prep everything up. All right, take care, everyone. See you next Tuesday.